Do you feel depressed, Ari?
Depressed? No. Irritated? Yes.
He hasn't had a full meal in a week, and he slept past 7 o'clock again this morning. I haven't seen him sleep past 5:30 since 1993.
So do you think losing this Vincent Chase is really the problem, Ari?
No.
Yes.
What do you think the problem is then?
I don't think there is a problem.
Ask him why he didn't go to the Lakers game last night.
Who said I wanted to go to the game?
Well, you asked 5 times if you should have gone.
And 5 fucking times you didn't answer me. If you wanted to go, you should have gone. Is not an answer. Is that an answer?
Did you want to go, Ari?
He did, but he didn't go because he thought he might run into Vince again.
Ridiculous.
Is it ridiculous?
What are you two, a fucking tag team?
I don't think that Vincent Chase should determine where you go and don't go in this town.
He doesn't determine.
He's been in a funk since he got fired. And then, of course, there was the birthday party incident.
Everybody stop. I didn't go to the Lakers game because they were playing the fucking Bobcats. And I came here today because I thought this was a session on how my wife could learn to communicate, how to answer a question without a question. Basic Humanity 101, which I thought, given your wall of fucking diplomas, you could easily fix. Or if you couldn't, you could give her a pill that could either fix it or make her a mute. But now, to turn around and gang up on me, I have work to do. I have hundreds of clients to deal with. And just so we're clear, I don't care about any of them. They're all just a number, like wife number 1 and therapist number 7. Good day.
You're really only our 5th.
Very nice. Let's see Paul Allen's card. He's not in there.
Why would you be in his office at 3 o'clock? Where is he? Conference room.
Okay, I believe that is an L. It is, in fact, an L. I believe 6.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Beetlejuice.
It's showtime.
And showtime it is. How is everybody? What day is today? Is today Saturday? This is Saturday. It is a great day Saturday. And, well, as you can tell from the... I'm very excited. I'm really excited. Last night, our guest tonight, talked to him for the first time last night. We did a little test run, I guess, on the show. And, ladies and gentlemen, without any more ado, because we just, like a duck to water, ID Crisis is the duck's ass. How are you doing, sir?
Hello. Is this thing on?
It's on. It's on. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Man, I'll tell you what, I'm doing great night. I had so much fun last night. I'm so glad we got to do kind of like a test run and all that stuff. Because, I mean, you know, it's like with everything. We just kind of do it live, right?
Doing it live.
Oh my gosh, you kind of looked like Bill O'Reilly there for a second. The way he did that. That was so great.
Yeah.
I feel like I should say something smart.
Oh, is that you?
Yeah. You want to see this? It's like one of the little tricks my iPad does.
Oh, no way.
I got some cool ones. I've got the binary.
No.
And the
Yes!
that last one is from one of the best cop buddy movies in the 80s ever. A little known Peter Hyams film called Running Scared.
Oh, dude, did you listen to me the other night talk about that?
I love that movie. That's one of my favorites.
Oh my gosh. So it's like my mom loved that thing. It was like, you know, I forget. I don't know. I don't know how I got into it. And it was on Amazon not long ago.
Yeah, I mean, it comes and goes. It depends on... Oh, that reminds me. I don't know if... Are you aware of the... I can put it in the private chat of the... It's called the Real Good app.
Real good.
It's spelled REELGOOD. So like I'm at work one night and I'm just standing in front of the sandblaster doing my thing, and I start to think to myself, it'd be really cool if you could just like put in a search engine the movie that you're looking for, and wouldn't it be great if there was an app that you just put in the movie that you want to see and it will search across all the different platforms and tell you if it's going to be on like Hulu or a Tubi.
Oh my gosh.
And that's what this does.
You've just given me an endless amount of free time now.
Yeah, you edit the ones that you are streaming, that you own, that you subscribe to, and then you put in the movie, and it'll tell you if it's streaming and if it is, where it is.
Dude, I am streaming so many services, and I don't know why.
Yeah,
it's become such a problem. I've got, and I'm almost ashamed to say it, I got the D plus, the name that shouldn't be said.
Yeah, well, right. Yeah, you know what happens here is I decide that I don't want to give my money towards that subscription service, so I stop paying, and then somebody else in the house starts paying for it, but then I don't get the password.
Oh, well, that's funny.
But it keeps me honest. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm not going to pay for it, I'm not going to watch it, then that's fine. Even though I did.
There's a movie.
We don't talk about
that. What'd you see?
All I'm saying is, like, even though you paid for it for all those years, now that you're not paying for it, you don't get the password, even if something really good goes up there. But I don't want to be a hypocrite and end up spending, because time is money, and if I'm going to be spending my time watching something on a streaming service that I think is wrong, then I'm not gonna. If I'm not going to spend my money on it, then why spend my time on it? Like we were talking about like last night, one of the I think was a great science fiction film, The Black Hole.
Yes.
First thing I looked up whenever we got Disney Plus.
Okay, like Disney Plus, like I was thinking about that. It's funny the way you said you mentioned about Real Good, like Disney Plus. The problem like I had is like same way with everything. I can't remember all the movies, and it's like I'm like, so you start scrolling through, and I can't ever find the ones I want to see. And so you have to you have to know the name, you have to search for it, and by the time I even get to that point, I'm gone.
Well, yeah,
No Name Tennessee. You gotta get the Real Good app.
Yeah, and there's also like realgood.com you can go to. It's basically the same thing. So let's see. I can I'll share, give you an idea what this looks like. I don't think we need audio for it. Of course, it'll be a Brave tab. Yeah. Okay. Share this.
Oh, cool.
You see that?
See, yeah, you're much cooler than me. I didn't know you could do that.
What? Share screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I say you're much cooler than me. That just shows you the level of guest I have on here, because nobody does that.
Oh, well, yeah, that's they do that all the time. Like a lot of the Comics Gate guys, they're sharing stuff all the time. And there's like, it's like down.
By the way, I forgot to say, hail ID Crisis.
Right. hail the expert. So let's see. We're looking for, give me an obscure title. Actually, let's do this. Let's look for a really like, what would we call it? Not obscure, a taboo title.
Oh, jeez.
1979, Caligula. Let's see if it's streaming anywhere. It doesn't look like it's. Caligula is not streaming anywhere, nor available to rent or purchase. That's how taboo it is. So you're gonna have to go onto like eBay and find somebody's old DVD or something like that. Let's see if. We'll say like. Alien. How about this? How about one of my favorite comedies.
I'm just gonna leave that one up there.
From Outer Space. Morons from Outer Space, 1985.
Morons from Outer Space.
Tubi. It's on Tubi. It's streaming for free. Volstorm is correct. The Black Hole was a great movie. They, you know what? One of the cool things about that was that little. It wasn't a full on psychic power, but the chick on the ship on the Palomino, she could use telepathy with Vincent, the floating robot. You know, that was something.
Morons?
Yeah, more. Oh, okay, yeah, Morons from Outer Space. This is.
Hold on, that one. Is that what you're talking about? Where you use
No, well, no.
telepathy?
Volstorm. Volstorm is at the bottom. He's saying the black hole.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then I palmed the wheel and took that off ramp right there.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
so,
awesome.
But, yeah, Morons from Outer Space is rubber diapers funny.
Rubber diapers funny.
It is. I think so. I mean, it's like if you're in a if you don't have to be into British humor to get it, because the whole thing is because it is a British movie. But it's basically these four morons who are out in space with their space Winnebago, or what do you want to call it, their space trailer that they've rented, and they managed to crash on the M1 or the M5 or whatever you want to call that highway, and become absolutely totally popular. And it goes through the whole gamut. It's really just a big joke on the way society would treat aliens if they actually landed, and it goes through all the different tropes. It goes through a Close Encounters of the Third Kind thing. It goes through aliens are shunned to aliens are the most popular things, and the way it ends is absolutely genius. But definitely, in fact, what do I do here? I'll hit my plus. I want to see that, so I'm gonna put that in my real good want to playlist. And then anyways, but that's it. That's real good. It's super. It's one of those like, man, there ought to be an app to do that. Yeah. Kate was the girl's name on the Palomino. Switching to the other movie, to the Black Hole. In fact, we know where the Black Hole is playing. It's on Disney. Yeah, this one right here.
Like, we're gonna see the Black Hole's gonna start trending on Twitter or something after this.
Yes, we have that kind of reach.
It's always weird. It's like, wait a second, I was just talking about that last week. Why is that now a trend?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, like when you get the new car and then you start to see that car everywhere because your mind.
Well, see now. So you made it innocent. I thought of it as like it was a conspiracy that they were always listening to me on my phone.
You were using the Black Hole entendre. I didn't.
Yeah.
There. Okay. I didn't start drinking early enough.
Well, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Weird.
Well, that's awesome. I'm really impressed by that, and thank you for sharing. I gotta write that one down too.
Yeah, man. I hope.
So I keep saying I gotta write this down. So I actually have a notebook. I've had this for a while now, but I know it sounds weird, but it was my first couple of streams. I was it started getting people popping up and people you've seen stuff, and so I was like, gosh, I want to remember these people. And so I'm writing down names, and then of course, I got pieces of paper tossed around all over the place. And
you end up being covered in Post-it notes.
Oh my gosh, I love Post-it notes. Yes, they're all over the place. So I actually have a binder now. It's okay. So here's the thing: I can't draw or I can't do anything. All this talent you have, like when I said I'm really envious of you, I truly am. But I love pens and pencils and paper. It's like this paper, this binder I have, it's made in Italy. I won't get Chinese made paper. Is that not crazy?
You won't get Chinese made paper.
Yeah, because I figure a notebook.
I didn't know there was such a I'm sure everybody knows how to make paper, but
yeah, but China. I'm it's just mass produced stuff.
Yeah, No Name Tennessee's got some quips here, man. And
that's awesome.
Apparently, cried over Vincent. Nothing ever happened to Vincent, I don't think. Vincent the robot. Never mind. This is going to be happening a lot.
That's awesome.
There's going to be a lot of Ace Squirrels moments.
That's why this works. That's why this works so great. So, anyway, no, yeah, just to close up on the paper. So it's advertised it's Fabriano paper, and
Okay.
it says like it was the same paper that Da Vinci used. Same,
Okay.
like they've been making it in Italy this long. That's what a marketer's dream I am. Okay, so I got this stuff on clearance at Sam's Club of all places.
Really? Okay. Fabriano Artistico traditional white watercolor paper. They sell it on Dick Blick. Is that what you're talking about? I mean, I know they have a lot of different kinds of paper, but you're just
Yeah,
saying.
it's just like a dotted. It's like a moleskin.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like a sketchbook, right?
Yeah, yeah, isn't
Yeah.
that silly? Yeah, that's the
No,
one.
not at all. I mean, you'd be surprised. I mean, the depths that somebody can get into, how much of a head case they can be about the pencil they use, the pen they use, the paper they're drawing on, the grain. I mean, it's like that with anything. Your car, your airbrush, your computer. I was getting that crap from what's his face about the fact that I'm using a Mac.
Oh
That
yeah,
it's a 2008 Mac I got in 2012, and it's been chugging along just fine for all these years. The only reason I'm upgrading it's not necessarily a performance thing. It's that it doesn't like I can't use the fullest extent of the Adobe products that I have because the computer is that old. It still does great
oh
with
wow.
with what it can do, but after a while, your operating system is just it won't update anymore. There's no more support for it. But it's a really strong machine, fairly quick.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Apple. Their engineering, like there's
Yeah.
stuff. There's no problem usually with the computer stuff, and I had
Well, me
one.
neither, because I mean, what you have when you have a PC is you have a machine, you have 12 or 13 different companies that are making
Yeah,
a computer so that the same operating system can work in all of them. And when you
yeah.
have a Mac, you have the computer that is tailored to the operating system, and that really cuts down on the bugs. Really does.
Well, okay. So what's funny about that is so I had a what's the stupid thing called a MacBook,
Yeah.
laptop deal, right?
Right.
And this is like when I first started thinking about doing streaming and stuff, and I was like, okay, I'm done. Like, I never totally got into the Apple thing. I was really upset because I thought iPhone would integrate with it a lot better than it did. Now this is, in the last like couple years,
Hmm.
the iPhones and the Macs just they're all the same. They everything runs smoothly between them.
Right.
So like,
Right.
like I pick up my phone and it's instantly the computer has it picked up.
Right.
Um, but anyway, so I went to and I used what you just said, like so you got all these different companies trying to make the same operating system work. I was like, well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get a Microsoft Surface,
Okay.
and so I got one of those, and
Because
it
it's
was cool.
Microsoft.
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
figured if Microsoft makes it, they're
Right.
really great looking machines. I've played with them in the Best Buy and stuff.
Hmm.
And man, as soon as I got home, I was like, why is this thing update every other day?
Right. Well, yeah.
I mean, this thing is just driving me crazy. And anyway, I complained about that thing so much that my wife got me another MacBook for Christmas, and I was completely blown
That's
away. I had no idea it
that's
was.
a smart that's a smart girl right there.
And she got me the one with the new M1 processor, and
Is
that's the thing
I don't.
that.
I'm not going to be upgrading to something like that. I mean,
Well, I was gonna say
all
if
the
I
way.
were if
I
I
mean,
had like all the setup, the monitors and everything else, I
yeah,
would totally and even with the laptop, I would get a is it the Mac Mini?
yeah. Mac Minis are pretty cool. I mean, there's
It's
not a ton
amazing.
of expandability, but that's why I like having the tower. I like
Yeah,
being able to stick stuff in there if I can. But as soon as that refund hits, um, I'm gonna be upgrading here.
that's awesome. That's awesome.
I'm looking forward to it. It's probably going to take a day because you got to put the cables and suck everything off the one machine and put it on the new machine. Whatever doesn't transfer with the hard drive. there's going to be, you know what I mean? There's going to be
Yeah.
there's going to be some.
Well, listen, that brings me up to, so like when I watch you do a stream, you did the drawing, okay, and so that's going, you're doing that all digitally. You're using like, how are you drawing that? What are you using? What's your equipment?
If it's on the iPad, I've got
An iPad, duh.
No,
That's what
I'm
you were
not
drawing
saying-
with?
No. Or which one are you talking about? Like the other day when I was just drawing
Yeah.
on stream, that was Clip Studio Paint. That's just a piece of drawing software that's a lot more like, you can do things with Photoshop. You can do things with what else have I got in here?
Well, I was wondering, are you using, now you said an iPad. I didn't think about that. I never did. What I was thinking was like those drawing tablets they
I
have
have
that
a
you can.
tablet.
Oh, okay. What do you use?
It's a Wacom
Wacom.
Intuos 3. It's an older one, but it's like anything else. If it works, if it's not broke.
Well, see, that's what got me, because, like I said, with the Surface, it had that you could draw on it and everything.
Yeah.
But like, I don't like the pen as much as I thought I would. Of course, they've upgraded all that, and then when we got the Mac, I started thinking, well, it'd be cool to have a drawing thing, because like I like
pen
basically what I would do is I would
It's like $99, and you have to charge it.
what is
The pen for the iPad.
yeah.
This is, well, when I don't know what it is now. I mean, the economy being what it is, this is $99.
Yeah.
Okay. This little rubber piece
Yeah.
didn't come with it. Okay, that's because it's not a very intuitive design. Okay, this is how you plug it in
Yeah.
to the charger, instead of making this the female and this is the male, so that you could just use a regular charging cable. But this here, this is extra, and this is all this is so you don't lose the cap. It's not the greatest, and you have to charge this up. I know on your Microsoft Surface, it's just a regular. I think it's somehow.
It's a quadruple A battery.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
The one I have.
I thought it was just like magnetic. Like this mouse does not.
Well, it's
charge.
magnetic. It attaches to it, but it's not rechargeable.
Oh,
Look at
really?
this. Cool Frog's in the chat
There he
too.
is.
He loves to knock on Apple.
He likes the
These guys,
That's okay.
I mean, I was always a Microsoft guy. I'm still a big Xbox guy. I love that and stuff. And but
Yeah,
it's
there's
just
one back there.
do what?
There's an Xbox back there. But
Oh,
somebody
awesome,
gave
man.
it to me. I didn't spend money on it.
Dude, you're doing awesome.
I'm trying. I mean, I remember seeing a skit on Saturday Night Live a long, long time ago. This is like Bill Murray was in the cast, and they did this thing about they were changing the clocks to metric days. So 100 hours in a day, and the whole skit was, like, what did you do today, honey? Well, I went here, I flew over there, saw Aunt Edna. Yeah. And what was it like? Our buddy Fred died at 4 p.m. So, sour apples make you suck. Man, no, is this shots fired across here? No names.
I don't know.
Is there like drama here, or am I just making that up?
Oh, you're making it. I think you're too excited.
I'm going for clout.
I know, man. Drama is always great. It's funny. There's so much. That's what you're beginning to see it now with YouTube, and I think. Well, let me ask you. You said last night that you found my stream from the Yellow Flash quartering, going over that, right? So
right.
that's.
But can I really quick just let the reason why I liked it was because you have absolutely no problem with your own quirks. Like, you know what I mean? Like I will audibly step over my own tongue 2 or 3 times before I can finally get a sentence out.
Yeah.
And you would do the same thing, but you're like, that's just how it is. Take it or leave it. And that's when I subscribe.
Oh,
like this guy is totally comfortable with all of his inadequacies, and that makes him
yeah. Trust me, I have a problem with keeping pants on, so I have to be comfortable with inadequacies.
Right. Yeah. Don't ever turn on the camera.
No. It may not be very big, but it's the cutest little thing you've ever seen.
Okay. I don't think No Name Tennessee likes apples either. That's fine. That's all right. That's all right. I've got Tang.
I don't know why Tang makes me laugh. Oh yeah, I do. Well, anyway, no, going back to what you're saying, like here in our chat, like, is there drama going on? Well, that's the thing that I've noticed is picking up more and more on YouTube, and it's really the next thing. What's going to happen probably is that YouTube's going to end up like Twitter. I hate to
They
see
try to
that.
make a kindergarten teacher like, all right, everybody, play nice. You're like, well, that's not always fun. You know,
Oh
and what
yeah,
I think a lot of times what it is, especially when it comes to something like John Delarose's thing with Liam Gray, what you're looking at is somebody who is totally comfortable with being who they are versus somebody who is constantly writing a fiction about who they are. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
you know what I'm talking about? The Orange Man down there in Australia. Are you following any of that?
No, what's happening?
Okay, so John Delarose is a comic creator. He's an author. In fact, I've got one of his books on audiobook. He's a science fiction author. He was crowdfunding a comic book on Indiegogo, but he's constantly basically just snapping towels at this dude in Australia, Liam Gray. He made a comic book, and he said it was Korean style manga, which means all of the pages are out of order. And he's acting like he did this on purpose. He put a book out. He got all kinds of help from EVS. It was this a total mess. He may or may not have paid his artists what they had coming to him, coming to them, and it was a total mess. And the only thing that this person has to fall back on is his word against everybody else's word, and his group of friends versus everybody else. And whenever somebody calls him out on it, he'll try to strike their channel, try to get their comic book. Like John Delarose has to go to Kickstarter
Yeah.
to his comic book because he's not allowed to on Indiegogo based on what
Okay.
one person had to say, which doesn't make any sense to me. Like if somebody came to me and said, blah, 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 this, that, and the other thing, drama, 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 this person did this person did that, the first thing I would want to do as a grown-ass adult would be to hear the other side. I wouldn't, click a button and say, your campaign is over with. You owe these people this money, and you have to fulfill these people, but you're no longer able to sell on this platform. Why? Because you were snapping towels at somebody.
Yeah.
On the internet.
So I do know now. It's funny. I don't know the names, but like when you started talking about it, I was like, I have heard this story before, and it's ridiculous. And what do you? Okay, there's gonna be people that come in and check this out. They're gonna be like, okay, what's going on here? It's funny. It's always. You never can tell how and I don't think YouTube should be on an algorithm, but they are. And, I think it would just be like fans and stuff. But anyway, they pigeonhole you into like this one thing. Excuse me. You know the quartering, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I didn't follow him a ton, but I knew what was going on with, I knew a lot more what was going on with that after I saw your video on it. That was strange.
Yeah, well, he has like 2 million followers.
Right. Yeah.
And so I followed him a few years ago, and I had to unfollow him. I had to unsubscribe because YouTube for my follow, like I had like I'm following like 100 different things, right, or 200 different things, and I would go in there, and every single thing would be the quartering. Now I know he puts out a ton of content.
Yeah.
But it was obnoxiously the amount of stuff. It was like YouTube had a glitch. There's a glitch in the Matrix. And so I had to unsubscribe. Can I get a countdown?
10! Sorry. I was just looking up his channel and he had something automatically start running.
Oh, that's fine.
My bad. Yeah.
But anyway, it was just, it was, Well, that's my whole thing about like YouTube shouldn't have an algorithm, but
Well, no, it should all be organic. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
that's
I don't know what this like. I can't even define ratioing. I don't know how to put that into to the English language to describe
yeah,
it.
it's a stupid thing. It used to work with the likes and dislikes you had, and
Right.
so it was like it's the ratio of likes to the ratio of dislikes, right? And I'm
Okay.
like, okay, it shouldn't matter because what's a dislike? Do you dislike it because you dislike that topic, or do
Yeah.
you
So
dislike it
what is
because
ratioing? Is that where they start to like put the brakes on a dislike, or
well,
or hit the gas on the dislikes, or hit the
well,
gas on the likes because YouTube wants to throw their political weight around?
yeah, I think it's kind of that because what happened was you had the White House YouTube channel used to get like say a million thumbs up, right?
Mhm.
And it had like 100,000 thumbs down.
Right.
Well, then the residency changed, and all of a sudden it went to a million thumbs down
Mm-hmm.
to like 2 thumbs up. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so
Right.
they
Jill,
got
Jill and Kamala gave him the thumbs up. Everybody else.
yes, yeah. I mean, it was hysterical. I mean, it was comical how bad it changed. Is that's what everybody is saying that YouTube got rid of the thumbs or the ratio system, but they still get
Yeah,
those
you can't
numbers.
see what the dislikes are.
Yeah, but yeah, YouTube still gets them, and they use them all as part of like their marketing and stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
I just got hit with the stream that last night's. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I've never. I guess like I was familiar with, and I've heard of click through rate, which is they call it CTR,
Right.
and I have no idea what it really means though. And like last night's video is the first time I went to the YouTube studio deal and started looking at everything in
Yeah,
there.
and there's so much stuff to learn.
Oh yeah, well I started looking up to see what I got copyrighted on, and the WWE does not like you playing their stuff.
I didn't see that while I was on there. Was that after? Because I had to.
That's why I started. Like it was the intro. Because I gotta do another intro, and because I'm bored of the ones I have, I just don't have time to right now.
Right.
And
right.
but well, here's what I say time to. It's like I'll think of something good I want to do, and do like several different cuts, and
Right.
then
Then you have to stop.
I
You have to find. You have to.
yeah.
You have to get that material, and then you have to chop it up, and it just to put a good intro together. I mean, it takes more time than you think.
By the way, your Super Friends one was hilarious.
That's from way back, man. I had that when. I mean, the reason why it's so pixelated is because it's literally from like 2000.
Dude, that is hilarious.
I love that. I also like the this part.
I'm going to do a terrific show today, and I'm going to help people because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
You remember that at all?
Who is that's
is
Phil Hartman did that,
No,
didn't he?
well, he did the voiceover for Stuart Smalley is not a licensed therapist. That's Al.
Franken?
Yes, Senator Al
Yes.
Franken when he was on Saturday Night Live.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes!
You're right, Minnesota. Right, Minnesota senator, and he ended up getting Me Too'd out of that job. Because
which is funny.
he was doing that honk honk joke to some chick sitting in a jump seat on a C-130.
I think she was in the military.
Right, and that was probably the big no at the moment.
Did you see the new thing just came out like a little bit ago? Supposedly there's a new photo from got released from Hunter's laptop.
Oh man,
Check my disc.
Oh
Do
no,
I?
yeah, put it up here. Just go ahead and share your screen, dude.
Oh, I don't know. Well, it's gotten banned from Facebook.
It has been banned from Facebook.
Check out the Discord. Check out my Discord. It should be in there.
You're gonna have to. Oh, this is why I wasn't getting your messages.
Why?
Because I know about like 2 servers, mine and one other guy's. And
Oh,
I have to find yours.
well, how do I send it to you?
No, just tell me. I think you just tell me what this is. This is probably not going to make for great streaming. You trying to tell me how to figure something out on a piece of software that I suck at. And meanwhile, you're over there going, "Man, you're really good at drawing stuff. How do you do that?" I'm like,
Do you really do impress me?
all these pieces of software that I'm really good at.
All right, I sent you a link in Twitter.
Good old fashioned Twitter. You're communicating with digitally. It's like sending smoke signals.
Dude, I don't use email anymore.
I try not to. It's mostly junk. Yeah,
100% it's junk, and my whole thing is ever since Hunter's laptop.
Great. Yeah, that's one of the things. I actually got off of Facebook for like a year and a half or so, and then get off.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Oh,
Is
man.
that not crazy?
Well, I mean, it's he could be wearing swimming trunks. We can't tell, but she's definitely not wearing anything on the top.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Now let's do the Kyle Rittenhouse.
Our community standards good for. Oh yeah. Oh, well, okay.
Yes.
Go on with Kyle.
Well, I was gonna say let's do the Kyle Rittenhouse, and let's say you have to look at all digital images. Digital images for trials is forever changed because of that trial. Did you watch any of that?
Yes. I know they were. I was watching Nick Rekieta doing the. I was watching Nick Rekieta do his thing.
Yeah, I was too. And so anyway, it was like in that trial, it was like the FBI showed up like a day before it was over and said, "Oh, we have high definition video of the shooting."
Yeah, right. And there was, and where was that coming from?
Yeah, right. And how come you had 11 months or whatever it was, and you didn't say anything about it?
That was the big deal. There was drone footage that nobody knew about, or it was not released to the defense, or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah, and also, but it was the big thing was the blowing up the image. And it's like whenever you change the size of an image, you have different things going on. Mm-hmm. It was like, it's not a true picture anymore.
Right.
Because once you like blow it up, the program is trying to add pixels in there. And
I remember that. And that was some of the hardest stuff to listen to, because now it's like me trying to explain to a client why one thing should work over the other, and I have to take him through basically a class on paint chemistry so that this is why I have to take this step, and this step because of these things that you don't know about. And they're doing the same thing. It's going to add pixels, and it's going to it's going to give you it's going to try and interpret between this black and this white and put these gray pixels in there, and that's going to make it look like. No, this is actually No Name Tennessee. This is a Smirnoff Ice Game Day Punch that's been in the refrigerator for like 3 weeks, but I dare not drink it because it didn't belong to me. And I asked my lovely wife, the prettiest girl in the room, if she would be able to give me a drink. I said, make me a drink. So she made me a drink by getting me the 3-week-old Smirnoff.
I'm laughing because it sounds so familiar.
It's the last one. So if
That's
if I ask her again, the chances are she'll be in bed by the time I need another drink, which means everybody's going to have to take a bathroom break, and mine's going to last a little bit longer.
Hey, man, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, but anyway, yeah. So I'm just saying that because all that stupid stuff with the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff, I want to throw out
to everybody else. Like, I understand what they're talking about. Move on, but everybody else is going to have to try to.
Well, you have to explain that to jurors. That's the hard part. But just because of that, now you're going to be looking like that picture that you just looked at, and you're going to think to yourself, what is, what's real, what isn't? And that's something.
Because people don't ask those questions is exactly the reason why so much of the United States burned over the summer of 2020. They didn't think about what happened before. There was 8 minutes and 43 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
What happened before that? What's the history? What's the whole story? I mean, I remember, when my wife, I was in the shower when I heard about George Floyd, and she goes, "You got to
Oh,
see
yeah.
this." And I just, pull the curtain aside, and I'm looking. I'm like on her phone. And I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "This is incredible. This thing here." They're like, and my first question was, "What's the whole story? What did he do?" And all that stuff. And I got this like, "What do you mean? That has nothing to do with it." I'm like, "It's got everything to do with it." There's so much that we don't know, and we end up. I was just thinking about this the other day. I didn't know I would be able to get it figured out in my head by the time we did this stream, but we feel things, and then we should be thinking about things, and then we should be honest about what we're feeling and thinking, and then doing research and finally coming out with some sort of an answer to the thing that's going on. And responsible people do that. Irresponsible people feel something and then go right to action.
They act. Yeah. See, like me, the way, and this has always been me, is like whenever something big happens, I'll watch it if it's live, but then I don't care. Because I know, because the story changes so much. And like what you're talking about with George Floyd, like what happened 30 seconds before that? Like, I still want to know where did he get the fake $20 bill that started this whole thing?
I remember writing a story about this because if there's a local magazine that has to do with, thank you, Volstorm, that has to do with, it's just a PA Thunder Roads. It's like a local advertiser driven local take one that you get out of your local Harley dealership or Triumph dealership or whatever. And I didn't have anything to write about as far as custom paint went, but this thing was going on. I was like, a lot of people will just, and it was 4th of July. So I felt like it had some, I could wrap it up in the flag and put this article out there. But the main thing was, and I went back into like film history, like the very first movie that was ever shown, there's this legend. I don't know if it's true, but there were people that were getting trampled leaving this theater because they were watching the first celluloid film of a train coming into a station. And that's all it was. Just a couple of seconds of a train coming into the station, and everybody in the theater, they didn't understand that it was just on the screen. They thought that they were going to get run over by this thing that they were seeing, and they all rushed out of the theater because they had no clue. That mob mentality just got people
kicked in.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the same thing. You see something and you automatically react. I mean, why do you think the buffalo were so easy to kill off? Because they were always in a herd. They all did the same thing as everybody else did, and they were easy targets because they were all part of the group. And I've never wanted to think of it. It's odd because I'll feel myself wanting to be part of some sort of a group because everybody wants to have acceptance, but at the same time, you're like, no, we're all individuals, and if you start having that group thing, and you start thinking like everybody else, you're not thinking for yourself, and now you think you feel, then you behave. I can make you a cake, but can't make you feel something. That's Who is No Name Tennessee, and why doesn't he have a cool icon like Volstorm?
I don't know. Usually comes in and will comment on old videos every once in a while.
I like him, her. I like him, her, because I don't know. I like him, her.
Well, that's okay. Sully was a guy for like 3 weeks.
Right. Like, she's got to get on. Like, I need to correct and now.
Yeah, she's got the most southern peach accent, of a
Isn't
woman.
that disarming?
Do what?
Isn't that very disarming? Mandy, Mandy, she does that. Oh, jeez, I can't think of her last name now. But she calls everybody Love Bug. Thank you for the $4.99, Love Bug. She's a comic skater, and she gets out there. I cannot remember her last name.
Do you know that one?
Cheers. No,
Cliff, the Buffalo Theory.
I know who he's talking about, and I know the show. I know the character.
Yeah, it was drinking is it kills off the slower brain cells.
Okay.
Like hunting buffalo.
Right. Well,
so
yeah.
that way you're actually smarter when you drink.
I mean, I've got this Smirnoff Ice next to me. It might make
you're
touch with my.
You're already Mensa level, so you're going beyond, above and beyond.
That's what I sarcastically call my dog when he gets his leash wrapped around the deck steps. Because I can't get him to unwind himself. I'm like, I could be out there with a fishing pole with like a donut hole on the end.
Yeah.
Get him to come around there, and like, I have lattice work, like four by 8 pieces of lattice work sitting in my garage, waiting for the weather to be nice enough so that I can like block off these areas so I can keep the dog from going underneath the steps. The dude's crazy. As soon as he comes in from the house from taking a dump, he gets the zoomies.
Dude, oh my gosh. Yeah, like we have a new puppy that does that. I say new puppy. He's like 2 now, and he still does it. I'm like, what is the deal here? I've never had a dog do this before, but man, he feels good. And I was like, you know what? I respect that, man. I wish I could do that afterwards.
Was it Cool Frog's channel that was on the other night where it just totally devolved into cute puppy pictures or something like that? It was a while back.
Maybe
not a while, like maybe a month and a half ago.
Cool Frog, his channel, man, he usually comes on like at 2 a.m. and like I'm like dead by that. Well, I've been dead.
He was trying to crash a Windows machine.
Oh yeah. I was actually joined his chat for all that.
Oh, holy! No, I don't.
He got it. Grim's awesome. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like at 7 a.m. I think it finally crashed on him.
Is that right? Yeah, I would have been punching in at that moment to work, punching into work.
Dude, that's way too early, man.
I know, and I'm daylight 2 weeks and evening 2 weeks, but you do what you got to do to make sure you have a relationship with your family. Otherwise, you're just paying for people that you never talk to. You know what I mean? You're just like, you got lights, you got heats, but who are you? I have no clue,
Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, so that kind of reminds me, let's go to this. So are you in the process of making a comic book?
Yeah, I am.
Talk about that.
Okay, thank you very much. This is gonna be for a while. Let me get the pictures up here so far. Okay. And then I'll try to do it with these images. I'll share application, share screen, window. Okay. All right. This is yeah, it's right there.
All right, there you go.
All right, this is an image that I did like a while back. I mean, I hadn't even met my current wife. I was like living somewhere else. The signature's not even the same. And this is just something was like, what would you call it? A stream of consciousness drawing. So while that was going on, my daughter was very young. I was about to have my other son, and I would hear these news stories, and it's kind of like that. Like once you understand what the Fibonacci sequence is, you start to see it everywhere. Like when you get that car, you're driving your new Nissan and you start to see the same car all over the place because you're super familiar with it and you're looking out for it. I would hear these news stories about it would just it seemed like they were all over the place, but babies being left in the backseat of cars with the windows up and just forgotten about.
Dude.
Child abuse. Yeah. And I remember one, and I still remember his name. I've never met the kid. I don't know anything about it. It was just in the newspaper. It's this little dude in his car seat, back seat, named Ryan Hackey. And his dad, they were just getting gas at the gas station. Some gang violence breaks out. Bullets are volleying, and one of them domes this kid in the back seat.
Oh my gosh.
I know exactly, and I'm thinking about it on the drive to work, and I'm like, what would I do if I was able to do something like that? And I wanted to write a story that was realistic. What would happen if somebody had the balls? They don't have to have the means, but they had the balls to actually go out and effect vengeance on something like that. And at first, I thought, well, how would somebody get the information on the assailant? Wouldn't they have to have an address and a name? And where would you get something like that? What would you would get it from the hospital? You know, if you got a kid that's been abused so bad, or a wife that's been abused so bad, she ends up in the hospital. There's always that thing hanging off of the end of the bed that tells you what the injuries are. And it was an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. This guy goes over to the house and, ocular cavity fractured, broken arm. And he just basically goes and does that kind of thing. And as the years go by, I would start to refine it. I start pinstriping. I start doing custom paint. And I'm running into a lot of these people who are really good with making things and fabricating. They weld, they machine. And that got me to thinking, like, well, what if, because Bruce Wayne can have anything made for him. Tony Stark can make anything that he wants. And one of the things that they have is just like that in the Justice League. What's your superpower? I'm rich. But what if
love that.
Right. But what if you don't have that?
Yeah.
What if you have all of the skills? What if you're the guy who's making the Batmobile for Batman? That's one of the things that I really liked about like the Batman was that car.
First, hold on, I have not seen the Batman. It comes out Monday.
I'm not going to give you a spoiler. I'm just going to say that's that's the first Batmobile since that TV series that I could stomach. And it's actually really cool. I mean, it looks like a badass muscle car. It's got all that big back end power. Bam. And it's just a tool of brute force. It's not some technological thing with ejector seats and oil slicks and things that make it pick up and turn around or grapple onto a street lamp to take a corner. None of that shit. It's just an awesome car, and that's kind of what you want to see. But so our character is going to need to have some help. You can't do something like this practically unless you've got people on your side. Even Batman has Alfred. He's got Commissioner Gordon. Yeah. So where would we find these people? Who would help him hide? Where's that crowd like in that first Jack Reacher movie? Oh, thanks. This is actually my artwork is fire. Appreciate that. Let me get. I think it's
dude. Like I'm absolutely speechless, man. Like I'm right here.
So I'm just kind of like giving you the evolution on how. Volstorm says that that car, that Batmobile, was made from an old Challenger. I totally believe it. The lines. It's one of the things that really sucked about the Batman is it's so dark you can't see any of the details that you would want to on a car.
Oh man.
There's a really cool spot where like it starts up and then it shuts off and he has to start it up again. It's like that's a one little slice of real world that I really dug about that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't mean I want to make sure that I get through this before my throat goes dry. But
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So I would do a lot of like dealership events, especially for like my local dealership. Steel City Harley and a couple of other ones around Pittsburgh. And
that's right. I think I knew that you're the guy from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I'm a Pittsburgh guy, right?
I couldn't remember last night, but now that you say that, I think I've heard that before. It's okay, so that's awesome. I've always wanted to know somebody from Pittsburgh. I know it sounds weird, but like it's like that.
No, that's all right.
For some reason I want to go to Pittsburgh.
It's pretty unique. I mean, there's no city that's set up like that. I mean, you'd have to look at it on a map and see it's called the Golden Triangle.
Oh wow!
The city of Pittsburgh, the point of Pittsburgh points west, and it's the beginning of the Ohio River. there's two rivers, Allegheny and the Monongahela, that that confluence into the Ohio River, and the Ohio River goes on and on and on across like a few states. I think it goes through Tennessee. I think the Ohio River separates Tennessee and Kentucky, if I'm not mistaken. I could be way off about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't think about that stuff.
Ohio and Kentucky, I think. Anyways, my point is, you run.
I'm sorry. Back onto your you're in the dealerships.
Yeah, you run into people who, you know, they make their own stuff and they belong to these, you know, car clubs. Yeah. It's not like a biker club where it's like violent or anything like that. They don't go out causing trouble. They just like to get together and cruise and work on their cars and stuff like that. And I thought to myself, well, that would be a really cool common thread for a guy and a place to hide and find people to work with. So what we have is our main character, whose name is Shane McCabe. Okay.
McCabe?
McCabe. McCabe. And he's from a troubled home. He you know, kind of grew up rough, learned how to fight, learned how to wrestle. He has a real good acuity for that, but he's also a master machinist. He can fabricate anything, and that's basically how he makes his money. He works at a hot rod shop that he owns. You know, he can like paint. He can, bore out a motor, supercharge this, sports suspension that, whatever, and that's how he makes his money. But few too many bar fights, and he gets in trouble with the law and in front of the judge. Somebody who works at the it's San Lucia is the name of the city, but it's modeled after San Diego because there's a really good lowrider scene there, and it's close to Mexico. A lot of kidnapping that happens in this story, and I wanted it to be close to the border. So
you've got a lot of reality in this.
Well, that's the thing. I wanted it. I want to be able to write it so that whoever's reading could go like, "Oh my God, this could actually happen."
Yeah.
The only thing where I'm really like taking a trip away from reality is like some of the physics when it comes to like his weaponry and things like that. He works with this cables and hooks. So that's
cool.
All these things wrapped around his wrist, they're all they are Kevlar straps. Mm-hmm. The concept behind this is like you've done a lot of research, man. Yeah, this is Houdini's straitjacket. I wanted him like Batman doesn't scare me, and I don't think that it actually scares anybody. But if you saw somebody coming at you in a straitjacket with this helmet on, swinging hooks around, I would be worried, because it not only is it, and the costume has actually changed a bit. This is actually what it looks like right now. I never finished inking this piece.
I can't help but think that helmet though reminds me of like that smiles like a was it the have a good day, have a nice day.
Yeah, have a nice day. And this actually goes into it where if what he's basically doing is he is a most violent answer to child abductions and sex trafficking, and that this would scare an adult, but a child would look at this face and see smiling face. So you're separating scaring the bad guys to welcoming the kids. And go ahead.
I'm just gonna say it's like Grim here, man. He wants you over in Discord with us. I mean, you've got everybody here who's doing comments. They're all blown away by you. This is. I mean, I almost want to stop you from saying any more about the story because I want to read it right now.
Well, okay, like this right here is just some basic pencils. There's a car accident. I mean, this is really basic. This is just me laying something out on my iPad while I'm waiting for my car to get an oil change.
Dude, that is
So,
really
there's family members like this version of his costume it's an early version before he actually gets his helmet figured out. Like, you know how Punisher had microchip?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have a guy like that. His name is IT Ted. He's a what do you call it? IT. He's an information technology guy. Okay, see this bottom panel here where those two people are standing in front of that car?
Yeah.
That's the IT bucket. That's a 32 Ford Roadster, and
Oh.
it's got what's in the back. It's called a rumble seat. And the
Yeah.
rumble
Oh,
seat,
yeah.
right? It was a trunk lid that you would open up, and you can get two people to sit in there.
Yes.
In the back here is an elaborate mobile communications computer array. So on the outside, this is a rat rod.
Yeah.
If you know what that is, right?
Yeah, it's just like well, I mean, I don't know. I would know if I see it, but what is the correct?
A rat rod is a hot rod that is meant to look ugly.
Okay, yeah.
I can find one for you here. If you just like look up rat rod here, this is a pretty good one. And we'll view the file, and I'm gonna pull this down real quick, and I'm gonna share this other one so you can see what it looks like. I love these things. These are really, really cool. That's a rat rod. Is it there? Yeah.
Yeah, that is. So this is basically what you're gonna have him drive.
No, that's the thing. This is the cool part. When you have somebody who's going to be it's like the front man of a heavy metal band.
Yeah.
There's one guy who's really good with with fighting, and he's going to be the guy that puts on the helmet and the armor and the costume and stuff, and he's going to go out there and effect changes. But he has to have somebody looking after him. Where are you? What are you doing? Where are the bad guys coming from? Who can basically be like God watching from above of where he's going. And there's things about his helmet that have some Iron Man qualities to them, but they're not over the top. And I'm trying to get some attraction to the idea by like if there's a superpower out there, it's not over the top. It's just a barely recognizable advantage.
Oh, okay. So let me let me nerd out here for a second.
No, that's fine.
Because this is so cool.
I need questions. Like, it's going to be up to you to keep me on track, because when I try to tell people about this, it gets complicated, and I end up it goes around and around like trying to drive through Atlanta.
Yeah, dude, just you got to stop all the complication. You've got it, man. All you got to do now is just figure out. Well, it's like that stupid the idea of doing a
you guys
movie. The idea is you have to have the ending, and that's all you've got to have, man. Is how are you going to end each story? Because
when you started talking about that, that's what made me think. Because this is something that any comic book could be turned into a movie.
Yeah,
there was one I did a review for a couple of weeks ago called Monster MD by oh man, I wish it was right over there. If you look up Monster MD on Indiegogo, and you'll see what I'm talking about. I could look it up myself. Monster MD, it's a great, unique twist on Universal monsters. And the whole thing, it's sort of like, what if there was a doctor that just serviced the monster community? But it was really well drawn. The pacing of the book was great. The art was great. Like, I was blown away by this whole thing. And it's not even the kind of artwork that I really, really dig. I like the realistic stuff. You can see this shit behind me, all this Frank Frazetta stuff. He's my favorite. I love his stuff. But this thing, it caught me by surprise. I'm like, the artwork's a little cartoony, but it was very clever. It's very well written, and it could be a movie. By the time you're done reading this thing, you're like, I can't believe nobody's bought this property. So
that's the one you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's the one. And if he ever comes out with another one, because this has ended, if he ever comes out with another one, that first one's going to be for sale too. He'll maybe have a second printing of it. This is one of the coolest things I've read out of Comicsgate so far. And that's including like Cyber Frog and and Graveyard Shift, and I just got through Star Blades. That was really good. But this, I couldn't find anything wrong with it, and it was weird because I really like the stuff that's coming out, but at the same time, I'm like, well, I end up sounding like a fanboy because it's good.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying that it's good. I'm like, man, is it because my tastes aren't refined and I can't find anything wrong with it?
No, you're overthinking it. You just have to have fun. And that's the thing.
It's really fun.
Well, I wanted to say earlier, and I got, of course, you couldn't imagine us getting sidetracked. Is that for those that don't follow, I don't know, this little corner of YouTube, Twitter, the internet, whatever it is, Comicsgate.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like, and you stop me where I'm wrong on this.
Sure.
Or maybe I'll just let you.
Thank
say
you, Volkswagen, by the way. That's very kind. Yeah, and you'll get it. I have to finish this. This is not a sidetrack, but
no.
The only reason I got into art at all was because my sister gave me a stack of comic books.
That's awesome.
Daredevil and Legion of Superheroes, but the way that they were able to manipulate the human figure and make it do whatever they wanted to was like being able to work a puppet, and that's why when you don't like the way things are going in your own life, you make up a whole other one.
Well, this is, we live in a wonderful time, and it's as a kid you get to take your dreams, and now they're you can make them. Even if you made a comic for yourself, or if you made a comic and just gave it out to your friends, or whatever, that is such a I couldn't imagine that just 5 years ago. And now it's cheap to get the stuff, to be able to, if you have the talent like you do, you can get into it. Like you said, it was like you had a Wacom deal. It all took, and here you are on an old computer.
It's older. It's one of the advantages of being cheap. You just make stuff work somehow. Like I want to be able to take the custom paint stuff and bring it into the comics realm, because I spend so much time learning how to do custom paint, and over the years I think I just realized that I was going after the challenges of learning how to do that, because the challenges of doing a comic book seem to be, I know this sounds weird once you realize everything that goes into custom paint, but working on a comic book seemed like a bigger challenge. And that I ended up going to do this other thing instead of the thing that I should be doing. Not that I don't regret it. I've met some of the only reason why I got back on Facebook after I left was because of all of the pinstripe guys that are on there. They're not on any other social media. They're on Instagram, which is basically Facebook.
Yeah.
But
it's weird.
With any of them, I can't do it. I ended up in a different hotel in Cleveland than everybody else because they coordinated everything on Facebook, and by the time I realized that all the rooms were gone, because I had to communicate through email, the stone tablet of email.
That's right. It's weird how Facebook has it still has that ability, and I don't understand it myself.
Well, when your politicians start talking about it being a public utility, I didn't realize. I mean, I kind of did get it, but I didn't want to believe that was the case until I was communicating with a group of people that I couldn't communicate with because they were using this other public utility. There's almost no custom paint people on Twitter. They would have found
there's nobody on Twitter except for like Elon Musk and the people that just want to hate him for no reason.
Preston Acevedo is a really good artist, and he did some custom airbrush stuff. I want to talk to him. I'd like to have a stream with him, but he's kind of dropped out for a little bit. He's gone missing. I'm hoping it's because he's busy.
Not really missing.
Well, you know what I mean, like busy work. Like you'll have those stretches of time where you're just like, man, I haven't been on Twitter for a while because
I wish I had that.
Yeah.
Twitter, it was my poison. And actually, it was Vol Storm over here in the chat. He's the one who introduced me to it. And
Twitter, so it's his fault.
Yeah, a lot of things are
one,
his fault.
the first tweet is for free. But we'll get you on the comeback.
Well, listen, real quick, I do want to finish the thing, like Comicsgate.
Yeah.
If you, like, the other day I put out a tweet that I support Comicsgate because, like, the artwork you're doing, like, I don't like, was it manga, anime? I don't know what the difference is in them. All I know is I don't like it.
Manga is the style. Anime is the animated version of that. In the 80s, we called it Japanimation.
Okay.
And it was good stuff, too. I mean, there's like Robo. Like Voltron was one of the early. Star Blazers.
Voltron's cool.
Back in 1979, Star Blazers was amazing.
Like I'm not trashing them. I say I don't like it. What I'm saying is like I like the I don't know. I like
Western stuff more.
Yeah, I mean that's just the way to say it. And I really think that comic books, they are an American art form, unique to America that nobody else ever had.
The superhero comic book is, yeah.
Think about Captain America. It really was written as a patriotic piece during World War II.
Yeah, propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, with the first issue, he punches Hitler.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and the way that they illustrated the Japanese was not kind at all.
Oh yeah, it's
had like razor sharp teeth. It was odd, you know. But,
what's funny is
okay with it back then too, you know.
Well, the government put out all the stuff that they were like that. They were trying to pump people up to fight, because you know America didn't want to get into another war after World War I, all that stuff.
Yeah, and not to spin out on something else, but I mean, you listen to Victor Davis Hanson, he'll tell you that World War I and World War II were the same war. There was just a break in between, like 2 rounds of fighting.
Wow. Yeah, I never thought about that, and you're right.
You couldn't have World War II unless you had World War I. Germany was treated so badly after World War I that World War II was inevitable. You can't do that. You know, like you can't just take an entire people and country and go, okay, you're going to be over here now because you're the loser. You know, they have to live. You know, we have to be able to all get along. There's nowhere else to go. This planet is a sandbox that no one can get away from.
Well, you know what's funny is now you got me thinking about something else that we go down a whole political conspiracy theory.
You're playing with a Zippo.
Yeah, I am. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's just I haven't heard that sound in a long time. I'm surprised I can recognize it. Yeah, it's a Zippo.
Sorry about that.
No, you're okay. I'm just getting to know. In fact, I'm going to shut up, let you get through your question, not interrupt, because I want to know some things about you too. So,
well, I mean, there's nothing to know. I mean,
yeah, sure.
I'm a boring person. But no, what I was going to say is Comicsgate, and this was my tweet, was I put out there that I support Comicsgate because it's supporting the Western comics. And all these guys, and this goes for the those that don't know, is that basically, and I'm going to credit Ethan Van Sciver really for coming up with that term Comicsgate.
I don't know. Did he come up with it, or was it like
I remember hearing him talk about it?
The concept is on the tails of Gamergate.
Yeah, that's the idea, and I remember hearing him talk about it, and. You know, it's just like a random, you know how he is. And it's just, he has a lot of topics. He's going through it, and he started talking about Comicsgate, and it's, you know, he makes the comparisons to like Watergate and to Gamergate, and, you know, everything's a gate, right?
Yeah.
And now he was sued by somebody who tried to say that they had a copyright on the term Comicsgate, which is a whole stupid, idiotic thing. And he filed a motion to dismiss, and they dismissed him. 2 other people are being sued too, but they didn't join Ethan's dismissal. Oops, I lost you. That's awesome. Dude, you just nuked yourself. ID Crisis just nuked himself. Well, so he's back. He is back. Dude, that's awesome, man. You nuked yourself.
I hit the wrong.
But Comicsgate, it was like Ethan. His thing was he was working for DC.
Right.
He was doing the Green Lantern.
Right.
And his artwork, I really dig his artwork. but his thing was he just
complicated stuff.
Well, he did one. He showed it was like the Green Lantern flying over like a ballpark or something, and he talked about like how he drew like each individual person sitting inside this
flying over. Yeah.
Well, I just heard myself there.
I wanted to copy the link to this.
Oh.
I'm listening to everything that you're saying, but I just paused it real quick. I want to get the YouTube link and put it out on Twitter.
Oh yeah.
Only because I see like one person. And
okay, so you see one person in the chat.
Well, no, what I mean is like I want to see more people in here besides just us. But I'm listening like
there's
American, like it's baseball.
Yeah, StreamYard's messed up tonight. I don't know what the deal is with the how many they have. We were getting comments over here, and StreamYard was saying we had 0 people.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So it's done that on Nick Rakita's show too. That's why I didn't freak out about it.
Okay.
Because I've put out a lot of stuff, about the show and everything. I was like, well, I think people are probably just bored of me if they're not listening. But then started seeing the chat pick up, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's giving me a complex.
Oh, dude, don't look at the number. Don't look at the numbers because
I'm gonna have to find a bottle of pills of something or hide in a bottle to make sure, like it's
dude.
I have a very unhealthy need to be liked.
Well, here's the thing. You're talking to a friend.
No,
just think like that. We're long lost friends that we never knew.
When you started talking about Ethan Van Sciver being in Comicsgate, I remember because after following them for so long, yes, talented artist. He's got a great head on his shoulders. He's very self-confident.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe to the extent that he might be considered arrogant is only the part where that's a show. I think John Malin was Comicsgate before Ethan Van Sciver was. And then other people had already been doing their independent comics, like the guy that does Polito. Is it Jason Polito? That's not right. Lady Death. Thanks, Cool Frog. That's great support. But the point is, like to make the talk radio analogy, Paul Harvey had always been in talk radio, and he is a force in the industry. He always was, like an original player.
Yeah.
I believe John Malin was in there first, but then you have a Rush Limbaugh come in and really blow up the genre. And I think that's more what Ethan Van Sciver's deal.
It's funny you said that because when I started listening to Ethan Van Sciver, I was like, this guy could be a Rush Limbaugh. He has that voice. He
could be like the part that he plays, where he's lovably arrogant to everybody else. There's a thing where you can be confident, and that's fine, but you will also be seen as arrogant by those who have low self-esteem. So if you just walk around being yourself and seemingly not caring about the little things,
the
little people care about little things. They're more concerned about what other people think instead, and they have this self-esteem issue. And somebody with confidence will be seen as arrogant by those people. And I think that's basically what it is. I think he gets most of the trash that he gets because he just literally doesn't care about what other people have to say. Yeah. He's doing well. Numbers tell a story.
Yeah,
the books that he's selling, and you can tell he's smart enough to know when he's like, I should be drawing more instead of whatever. Yes. But he's also trying to keep it like to grow an entire movement, and that's not easy to do if you're just one person. The help that he gets from his wife and his family and the other people around him.
Yeah, it's unbelievable what he's done.
Great support.
And most importantly, he follows me on Twitter.
He doesn't follow me. In fact, it's funny because I kept asking, because he had put out a tweet, one of those, if you follow me, I'll follow back once.
Yeah,
exactly. It just, go ahead and let the haters hate. If they're a drag, you got to cut them loose. But I was like, I didn't go. I didn't like keep prodding or anything like that. It was just like funny to me. Like, I followed you. You said you were going to follow back. Blah blah blah. I mean, who knows? It doesn't matter to me. But
he's well. I mean, he's always messing around with stuff.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
but he followed me after the Yellow Flash because I did the show. I did the show talking about
Oh, the one that I found you on.
yeah, the one you found me on. He actually got on on the live stream I was doing. So I was like, I mean, honestly, like that was my star moment. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm like,
That's cool
okay.
when that happens. I remember when Laura Logan was following my.
Yeah.
I have a political channel, or not a political channel, but a political. I try to keep my politics and my art separated on Twitter. So I have this other account, is what I meant to say. Another like Laura, like somebody from Fox News was following me. I'm like, wow, that's never happened before. You know,
that's awesome.
She's like
that's
a
awesome.
Fox News contributor. You know, she's actually like very smart, but she's one of those ones that's like really dug into the Middle East and can give you the
Yeah, I really do like her a lot.
Yeah,
she's great, but yeah, no, but anyway, the whole thing with Comicsgate again is that it was these guys like Ethan like Ethan just his basic thing was, you know, he's at work at DC and he's like, well, you know, I really like what Trump's saying. Maybe I'll support him. I mean, just an off cuff thing. Maybe it's just like, you know, trying to get a discussion going, whatever it was. And also he said,
be able to do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And all of a sudden, he said he was like basically asked to leave. And
like asked to leave. What was my one buddy always says? He goes, "Here's your hat. What's your hurry?"
yes. So anyway, so he said he was devastated. You know, he had to rebuild and everything, but he's doing a lot better now. And there's so many artists. Shane Davis is one of them.
Yeah. Shane's hilarious. Although I will never spend any more money on a super chat if they're drinking. They never get read in order. They never get read while the context matters. You know, like they'll go on. You super chat and then you think, man, get to this in 5 minutes so that the thing that you say is relevant to everybody who's listening. Summers, Andy Summers, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, and it was just the last time I was watching. It was funny. It was a mess. It was just like basically like seriously, we all need to stop falling around each other so we can make it to the goddamn car. They were trashed.
Man, I gotta do another Flashcast episode. I need to start. It was Saturday, so I need to tomorrow be watching his show, and do another stream on that. That one really did have a lot of hits. And what's funny is that audience of his is that's really where I belong. But I do a lot of other things, and of course, because the whole thing is, again, I'm playing that algorithm game. Because you're never going to get your message out. And so, and when I say my message out, it's not that. It's like you said it last night, that I say stuff and don't care. And there's a lot of people that want to do that.
You have to. That's the first amendment. One of the things like, yeah, you want to be polite, great, fine. But you still have to be able to say what's on your mind.
Yes,
you know,
absolutely.
why should the rest of you not be behind bars, but your mind is? And you put it there. No, screw that. I mean, that's the way to be.
Well, hey, let me ask you: do you know Doug Ernst?
I've heard of him.
So he has.
That's not Earthworm Jim guy, is it?
No. Douglas Ernst. He did he's a writer for the Washington Times.
Oh, okay.
And he's also a. What's his comic he's got out? Gosh, it's he's a very strong Catholic, and he did one that's kind of like it's kind of like an Exorcist type deal.
Okay.
It deals with a priest and dealing with satanic demons, whatever.
My favorite.
Yeah, I mean it's and he's he was in the army, and so he's like this guy, like I think the priest used to be like special forces or something. So it looks really exciting. It's one of those books where, I mean, I'll tell you what, man. Is it on
Indiegogo?
It's on something different now. There's another. He has like a website up, and I just looked him up too. But Doug Ernst.
Sorry, that was a YouTube link. Doug Ernst is challenging the indie comic status quo, April 10th, 2021. I'll share this link in the private chat. But I mean, then I'll watch it later because I want to get caught up on what you're talking about. But tell me the story.
Well, no, he's if you don't know him, he's another. He's they're like inspiration stories. Like you see how these guys do their stuff and how they get their stuff. And I'm saying this because I want to be here when you get your stuff out there because this is awesome stuff.
It's funny you should say that because my writer, when he gave me the parts of the script back, you know, I needed someone to help me like organize my thoughts. And he goes, "Well, this takes place in 2024." I'm like, "Well, thanks for giving me enough time to work on it." You know what I mean? Like it's not like next year. Like the comic, he doesn't even think this comic is going to be done for like another 2 years.
Oh wow, man!
No, I mean just because like he knows like I have a full-time job and I've got this other stuff to work on and family to pay attention to, and I do not want to take it. I want it to take forever, but springtime is always weird because everybody knows where they stand financially. They got their taxes done. All the big money holidays are over with Christmas, Valentine's, and all that, and the weather's turning nice.
Yeah,
and that's when you get pelted with motorcycle stuff. I already told the local dealership I'm not doing any more local events. I'm not doing any more like where I go set up my stuff. And
do you want to talk about what do you do that's not comics also? Because I mean, right now is a great time to do that.
I was going to ask you about what you do. You got a law degree. You went to law school.
Yeah, it's a pretty boring story.
Law degree.
Yeah, I was born, I grew up, went to law school, and now I'm sitting here. It's a boring story. I only have 6 stories, and that's not one of them.
That's seriously, that's where you're going to go? That's it? That's
all. Well, I mean, that is.
No, I know this is supposed to be about me, but I'm like, it can get weird sometimes. I would like. Seriously, I don't want to waste the opportunity and not find out a little bit more about you. I mean, you sound fun. You know, on you don't sound stupid either.
Man, back in the day, I wish girls would say I sounded fun.
Well, no, I mean, like you sound like a cool hang, you know.
Oh no, I've never had that problem. No, Belt. Everybody has always hated me before they got to know me.
Okay,
so
or like my buddy Dale. Totally.
Oh yeah.
Forwardly, you know, like you have to have the patience to get to know who he is, and then you're like, oh yeah, really cool dude. Why was he like that at first?
Yeah, it's Evolved Storms here. Well, hey, listen, and that's also something else, man. If you tell me what you want to do, this is because I wanted you to be on here because I saw your stuff and we talked some, and I think you asked about like watching a movie on Discord.
Yeah,
right?
that would be cool. I would love to be able.
That'd be awesome. We and that's what we're still. Everybody we've talked to, everybody wants to do a movie, and that's gosh, man, it's just unfortunately. You talk about a weird time for everybody and stressful life. I mean, that's just the timing's not right for me. It seems like, but it's getting that. It's going to be getting better. And look at this.
I know.
So we got Volstorm says true. Everybody who's ever met me hates me. And then we got this one.
I haven't actually like met you yet, so maybe we should just give it some time.
Wild and crazy guy. Oh, give it some time before you hate me or before you like me.
Well, I mean, meeting you like this it's not really like meeting the real you. You know, like
I don't know, man.
I've never seen you eat anything. You know,
I don't like eating in front of people.
I don't know what kind of music you like. I mean, there's a lot of deal
rock and roll
we just don't know about.
Well, I like rock and roll. Okay. And I like chicken wings. Those are good.
Oh yeah. Well, I grew up in Buffalo, man. I know how to make some chicken wings.
Oh, no kidding. That's a real place.
Buffalo is a real place, yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, it was until 1992, you know, and then I moved down here to go to art school. I don't know if I should have gone there.
That's what everybody says about every schooling they do.
Really?
I have never been into the upper Northeast.
No kidding. What's the furthest out of state you've been?
The
the furthest out. Like there's where you grew up, and then there's what's the furthest you've been from your hometown?
Well, see, I've never really known a home.
Okay. What's the furthest you've ever
No,
been?
I was born in Memphis, and we moved. Let's see, my dad changed job. Well, okay, born in Memphis. My dad's company moved him. They wanted him to be closer to Atlanta, and we didn't end up there. He ended up changing companies, and we got moved to the West Coast. And so I spent like, I don't know, it was like solitary confinement out there.
Wow.
And yeah, it was. Have you ever heard of a little town called Portland, Oregon?
Yeah. You see my eyes roll? That Portlandia. Do you remember that show?
Oh my gosh, dude. Okay, so like I would not watch that show.
Didn't the
And I was
books-
like,
they used to do that act in that, like, not let them film in that store anymore because they just felt it was too derogatory, or as
Portland-
I would call, on point.
Portland became Portland and started having such a hard, like, they just started hating the show. And so like the guys, the people that did
it was a troll.
Do what?
It was one giant troll on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was so great. Like when I finally saw it, the very first episode, they have a introduction. It's like a musical bit, and it is so true. Like I just watched the first 5 minutes.
The 90s never end, right?
Yes, that's it. Oh my gosh, dude, it sucked. The best thing about the 90s was when Kurt Cobain, never mind. Dude, everything is all about flannels and hating yourself and being miserable. And it's just, it sucks, man. It's like, oh man, like
I was in my 20s and I had no money.
Dude, it's like, where are the hot chicks at? Right? And it's like, I'm a teenager. I'm like, where are all the hot chicks at? I see them in magazines and, TV and all this stuff. Everywhere there's hot chicks.
They were all wearing waist-high blue jeans.
Oh, dude, yeah. Yeah, it's the weirdest thing. And they all
had that Friends hair.
Dude, they all smelled like, you had it good, man, if you were around chicks that looked like Friends. No man, these chicks had like Doc Martens.
They had Friends hair. What is it? What's that chick? The one, Jennifer Aniston. It was just weird. It was just like this. I don't know how to say it.
Oh yeah, like the
Whatever
first.
hair was in the 80s. What was that character's name that Jennifer Aniston was on?
Dude, man, not Monica. Rachel.
Was it
Rachel. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Rachel, Phoebe, and Monica.
Yeah. So like I never saw Friends.
They had Rachel hair.
I'm just now watching Friends for the first time. And that's sad.
Good luck. No, I mean, I've seen it. I've never seen all of them. I mean, I think Chandler's funny.
Well, what's funny is that I was always referred to that I looked like Joey. And I was like, I don't know, like, isn't he the dumb one? Well, I was like, he's the dumb one, right? Like, I was like, who wants to be this guy?
He was basically the male version of a dumb blonde. She's hot, she's stupid. But I mean, you went to law school, so if you look like Joey and you're not stupid, then that's a 3-pointer right there.
Well, no, going to law school just solidifies the fact that I'm stupid. Because if I was smart, I wouldn't have gone.
No, you would have been unwise to go, but you were smart enough to get. Did you get? I don't even know. Should I be asking this? Did you graduate? Did you take the bar?
Yes, dude.
Law, or did you just go to law school?
I don't know, man. I don't want to get down that road.
All right.
I don't want to start doxing and all that other stuff.
No, I understand that. Are you smart enough to ask someone to give out free legal advice?
No,
free.
Geez, nobody gives out free legal advice.
Well, you get what you paid for. So if it's free, it might not be good. It might be good.
That's it's illegal too.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, like if you ask somebody their opinion, I don't mean like what should I do, but like you can't even.
No, that's the problem. Like it's like, I mean, the whole thing about law school is they terrify you, and the first thing is like you're like, okay, after your first semester, someone's going to ask you, they're going to say, hey, I got this friend, and he got pulled over, and that's how it's going.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're gonna say, as soon as you say something, you have a legal education, and you're
Yeah.
given because you can't say anything that somebody might
Hmm.
rely on, and
Like
so
don't
that's
talk
why,
to cops.
yeah, you should never talk to the cops, but you should never
Right.
talk to anybody.
Okay, so if somebody is doing a video on YouTube wherein they are dispelling legal advice, that's free.
Yeah, but they're not supposed to do that. I mean, because well,
Well,
here's
like
the thing.
the whole thing about not talking to cops, I got from watching a YouTube video of a lawyer saying to a room full of people, "Don't ever talk to the cops."
You also saw the second part of that video, right?
Was it the
Where
cop talking to?
yeah, where the cop
Yeah,
was talking to him. Yeah.
right.
So it was also a
Point counterpoint.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But
So we
anyway,
don't, we're
no,
not
that
going
whole.
to we're not going to explore the expert, and that's
Well, I mean,
fine.
there's nothing. I mean, I tell everything about me.
I
You
don't want to
just
get you in
listen.
trouble.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. The reason why I'm a talking avatar is because when like the whole lockdown Corona thing happened,
Hmm.
my wife bought me a microphone and she said,
Hmm.
"Stop talking to me."
I remember that.
You know.
It's nice to be. It's nice to be with somebody who knows you that well. And I'm
Yeah,
sure she said it. She was very nice when she said it.
well, she's just like, I can't take it anymore. She's like, because I mean, well, I mean,
It's I wonder how no wonder how so many marriages ended during COVID. You're just here all the time.
yeah, and like it's like she's like, honey, I've heard this. I've heard it 100 times. She's
Mhm.
like, she doesn't care what Nerdrotic has to say. She
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
care. She doesn't care that Ethan Van Sciver was being attacked for, something. She's like,
It would be like her talking to you about a soap opera if she was into soap operas. Like you'll never guess
well,
what
she
happened.
loves the Real Housewives.
Yeah, see, and like my wife likes the Bachelor and the Bachelor.
Oh, I was getting ready to say Bachelor's the next one. I'm not allowed in the room when Bachelor comes on.
I can't do it. I mean, I'll go up there because I know I'm supposed to spend time, and I do. I mean, I want to spend time in close proximity with my wife. But then I see these people on this television, and half of them don't realize that this is a fantasy, and that real life is out there, and that's the thing that you should be moving towards, not this suite or that beach or that hang gliding session or that meal at that awesome restaurant that you're never going to go to again. You know what I mean? Like there's the real life is the dirt and the dust under the couch.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, hey, that's a funny one. That's the way it should. Well, they never ask. The Bachelor never ask which girls can make the best sandwich. Like they ought to have like a sandwich making competition.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Would that not be
or a sandwich eating competition, depending on
if Bachelorette?
Food, right. Yeah, it was in Coneheads. Oh my God! The only person I ever saw take a sandwich like that was my mom or my grandma or whatever it was.
But no, and she says like my wife. She's like, yeah, you can come in and watch it. You just can't talk. So anyway, that just goes back to the whole Avatar thing.
Are you allowed to laugh at them?
Well, I do inappropriately, I think.
Okay.
I'm not supposed to laugh at disabilities. And,
yeah, they're all.
Well, these guys on The Bachelor have a lot of disabilities. They're jabronis.
Yeah, yeah. It's a long list of, and that's coming from somebody who knows that they've got a long list of problems. How can you love Real Housewives? Yeah, or Housewives.
What's funny is, look, this is a blank. This is just a blank comment. There is no avatar. There is no handle. And I'm like, I've never seen that.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe their name is blank. That's either a comma, an asterisk, or a pound symbol.
Oh, are you watching? You have the stream on or something?
I'm looking at the comments.
Oh. Well, see, I'm just looking at it through StreamYard.
Well, no, I am too.
Okay.
But that's what I'm seeing. I can't can't select it and copy it, so I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Oh well.
It's
Whatever
clever.
it's either StreamYard or they've done a really good job with their thing. It's some kind of Korean apostrophe. Oh, that's cool.
It's the government. Oh, it's a Korean apostrophe. Okay. Well,
That's
is it
cool. Yes.
northern or southern?
Well, it's North Korean. They're the cool people hanging out with Trump.
Okay.
That's the most badass thing I ever saw in my life when he walked over into North Korea. I was like, dude, that is so awesome.
Competition should be a success ratio in getting one of them to eat one of at that might be misspelling. One of them ats to make a sandwich.
Yeah, one of the women to make a sandwich.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
And correctly. You know, like it should
That's
be like
hard.
a Dagwood competition.
Well, I was gonna say Pittsburgh has like their own sandwich, don't they? Aren't y'all famous for one that, like with French fries on it?
The Permane sandwich. Yeah, that's the story behind that is one of two stories. It was either the Permane sandwich shop opened and they forgot to get plates. So they had to wrap it in a napkin and put everything that was coming with the meal in between the two pieces of bread. That's why you have coleslaw and fries in with everything else. The other is because that's what it is. Well, if you look at it, I'll show you a Permane sandwich. Primantis.
Dude, you're like me.
I just want to make sure I spelled it right for yins. That's another term up here. Yins is the plural for you people. It's a plural for you. Like in New York, it's yous.
We just have y'all.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing. It's our version of y'all. Okay, and then I'll share this real quick. Share. Brave tab and there. All right, that's a Permane sandwich. Okay, so that's Italian. Yeah, that's Italian bread, and there's a tomato. I mean, you can do other stuff in there. You can move it around a little bit, but you're always
egg?
Coleslaw at the bottom, then the fries, then the egg, and that's probably going to be I don't want to say like ham. What's the Irish? Not the
corned beef.
Corned beef. Exactly, it's corned beef.
Dude, I don't know what this is that you're showing me, but I want it.
Any sandwich. The reason why now the one of the stories is when they originally opened in the South in the Strip District, they didn't get plates. You know, it's like, all right, we're open, we're making food. All right, now what are we going to put it on? We're going to put it on. We can't put it on plates. Otherwise, the coleslaw and the fries would have been part of the sandwich. But because they didn't have plates, they just put everything together. The other is that it had to do with the girder and panel guys. You know, those dudes that would like climb out and walk out onto an I-beam, and you know they were
those guys are supernatural.
Right. The story there is that the Permane sandwich turned into this because those guys needed to be able to eat their lunch with one hand.
Yeah, they have to hold on for dear life with the other.
The other, exactly, and that's what. And so it's one of those two. That's the legend of the Permane sandwich. I'm not from. I mean, I was born in Pittsburgh, and then we moved to like Chicago when I was 2, and I lived there until 7. Moved to Buffalo, and I was there until 92, and then moved down here. So all my formative years, I would say, deep dish pizza, good chicken wings, and I know it's going to be bad for me to say this, but I'm sure there's other people around here because I've heard them say that I don't understand the Permane's sandwich. When I go to Permane's to get something to eat, I almost never get the sandwich unless I'm feeling kitschy.
Wow. Like, well, I was just thinking, like, you've like lived in the best places to eat at.
There was always a football team around. I know that much.
That's true.
And at times a good one. I mean, the Bills in the 90s. I mean, I'll tell you what, one thing's for sure. You come down here to Pittsburgh and you watch the Steelers, and one bad season, everybody gets their ass out of joint. And meanwhile, I'm like, have you ever been a Bills fan in the 90s? Okay, because there's a lot of pain there. I don't want to hear about your quarterback isn't working out quite right that Sunday and you should trade him. You guys, like Buffalo, literally like Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs. You don't know what pain is.
Silence of the Lambs,
Right.
one of the best movies.
Yeah. And oddly enough, the guy's name is Buffalo Bill.
Yeah.
He likes to skin his humps. Oh, yeah. Fair weather fans. Scully's absolutely right. It happens all the time. One bad Sunday and it's all downhill. Now, we are actually supposed to have the backup Buffalo quarterback starting for us. I think he's got a 2-year contract because Ben Roethlisberger retired.
Okay.
And that is Trubisky. That's his last name. I can't remember what his first name is. But he started for Chicago. They didn't know what to do with him because I don't know if their management structure was all screwed up or whatever. But he went to Buffalo as a backup. They see a lot of promise in this guy. He's got all the tools. He just might not be in the right system. You know how that goes. Like any workplace is like that. You got to get the right people on the right bus and in the right seats. So he might be a good fit for us. It'll be fun to watch. I'm not going to dedicate myself to it because one of the things that I cannot stand about the NFL anymore is there's like literally painted into the end zone the preaching. Stenciled on the back of the helmet, the preaching. Do you not realize the only reason why anybody's watching this football game is to get away from that
Away
shit?
from that, yes, I know. Dude, it is so, and that's just pop culture today. It is so crazy.
It's pop culture without any imagination. Pop culture was something that you could Michael Jackson came up with the moonwalk. You know what I mean? And that was a nice slice of pop culture. Hair metal was a nice slice of pop culture. Even grunge music was a nice slice of pop culture. But complaining about the stuff that you see every day and making entertainment out of that it's like a snake eating its own tail.
Oh yeah.
Does it make any sense?
Yeah, it's just,
I hope so.
I don't know, man. It's all one big frustrated.
And maybe complaining about it on your stream isn't the best piece of entertainment either.
Well, I mean, bitching and moaning, complaining is the best thing we have going right now.
Yeah, well,
okay.
There's so much of it.
Where else can you bitch and moan and complain anymore? I mean, because you're constantly put down. You're supposed to hate your country. You're supposed to hate everything about it. You're supposed to hate all history. You're supposed to hate everything there is. It's going around. Have you ever seen the movie Falling Down?
I love that movie.
We've all become the guy from Falling Down.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. And that's the problem. And they celebrate on it, and you're sitting here going, this is just a bunch of crap. I mean, dude. I
didn't think he should have died in the end. I didn't like that.
Yeah, I didn't either. But
I'm the bad guy? You kept asking. I'm the bad guy?
Have you ever seen the Critical Drinker review on that?
Yeah, not on that movie, but I've seen him. Actually, was the last thing I saw him do was about why how bad writing is anymore and why movies.
Yeah.
Suck.
Well, Critical Drinker, he's a published author.
Oh, is that right?
I did not realize that. He's got I think maybe like 4 or 5 books, something like that, on Amazon. But yeah, he's a real dude. I didn't believe any of it really until
wise to me.
Yeah,
I understand it. I agree with a lot of what he says,
and I love his accent. Like, he's the one person that has like that voice. You're like, man, that's just cool the way he talks.
He's Scottish.
Oh, it's just he's awesome. But anyway, he did Falling Down. It's like it might be like a 30-minute type review, and he really puts thought into it, and he really analyzes. He's like, in reality, we're all this guy. And it's like, when did I become the bad guy? And the way he describes that scene, it made me go from like that movie. I I've seen it like maybe twice all the way through, and I'm just like, I just don't like it that much. Like I like parts of it, but I don't like the movie overall that much. After Critical Drinkers, I was like, oh, I do like this movie. And it's weird. That's what, and this is what I like about you. We found out, or I found out last night, is because I really do love movies. And when you have somebody like yourself who's very well versed and educated in film, and
That's
explain
true.
different things,
I just
do
know
what?
what I like. I don't even know if that's true. I just know what I like.
Well, that's all that matters. Most people don't know what they like. I mean, have you ever?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that, but too, because I'll listen to somebody else critique a movie that I really dug, and I'll be able to. I want to be. I want to watch movies more wisely. I actually listened to a great discourses. No, it was one of the great courses about watching film, and what makes Casablanca great. What makes this other movie?
I love
great.
that movie.
I'll zero in on moments of brilliance, and that'll make me love the movie just so that I can get to those 2 or 3 good parts where I was like, this is the part that's really awesome, but the rest of the movie, like, whatever. It doesn't hold together. It just has these like the Chronicles of Riddick, I don't think is a good movie. But there
Never
are
saw it.
of it that are like Pitch Black is that first that's when I actually really started to notice Vin Diesel was at all, really, because he played that character of Riddick so well. I highly recommend Pitch Black. I don't necessarily recommend the Chronicles of Riddick. If you like that style, I got to check out your very own. Kemosabe Returns. I gotcha.
So he's like a Critical Drinker, but with an Australian accent.
Right.
So,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
but
you're saying
just the thing like the Chronicles of Riddick, there are some aspects of that movie that are cool, but the way that it's put together is terrible. And the same guy that directed the first one directed the second one. The studio gave him carte blanche, and there was no producers. Like the same way that the studio gave George Lucas carte blanche to do the prequels. And we should have stepped in and said, no, we need another draft. This is the way people watch movies. The reason why Star Wars worked out really good the first time you did it was because there were people telling you no.
It was his wife. I just discovered that like a year or so ago.
Really? His wife told him no?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was like his wife came in and did all the editing for it. And like there's a lot of...
for the script, you mean? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then he got, super famous and got divorced. I mean, that's Hollywood.
And then did
do what?
And then did the prequels.
Yes. Name back and sound. You sound very suspicious of me.
Who does? Oh, sorry, I was in the private.
Well, no, it's just we're just looking at it and we see blank. That's the only reason why.
Yeah, basically, you're the invisible man who knows what you're doing while no one can see you.
Because you're the invisible man.
Right.
But
so we don't want to we don't want to talk about the expert and the expert's histoire and what makes the expert the expert.
Oh, nothing. And what's funny is that you were you hit on that last night that you thought it was a play off of like how everybody thinks they're the expert and stuff.
Well,
and,
you see somebody who says they're an expert or in a news story when they say experts say, and
I'm always like, what? How are they an expert?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I get into these debates with my sister, and she's like, this news article, that news article. I'm like, well, who are these people? What makes them an expert? Why are you putting your own mind and your own thinking and your own opinions and your own life experience aside?
Yes.
In favor of a stranger who just says that they're an expert. And that's what it takes. And you just check out. I mean, that's weakness.
Well, that's what I'm hoping everybody does here.
Right.
They put all their faith in me and they check out.
I wouldn't have subscribed otherwise. They were like,
well, listen.
Subscribe, and he says he's an expert, so
Yeah, so he says he's an expert. He's got to be, right?
It's got, yeah.
Now,
I don't believe everything I read.
well, okay. So I mean, it's funny. So one, I don't like talking about myself.
Okay.
Because well, I mean, it's like you said, like there are certain times you just kind of, it's almost like you feel bashful.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. There's humility needs. I'll try to like say stupid things and lean into it about being pretty or whatever, but that's all part of the show. It's like when Ethan Van Sciver's probably, if he's like that in real life, I'm sure it's probably not on 11. And not that I shouldn't even say that. Like with Rush Limbaugh, they would always say, Rush Limbaugh is very bashful in real life, but on the radio, he's this other person. He's very confident.
Is it bashful or is it humble?
Humble. That's what I meant. Yeah. Did I say what did I?
You said bashful.
Yeah, I meant humility. Humility is like that joke. They say, "I am the most humble person you'll ever meet. No one is more humble than me. Let me tell you." My humbleness is on 11. See never mind. Okay.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Like when you were saying that, like at the same time I was looking over here on the chat, like everything's gotten updated, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm trying to catch up. I'm like,
apparently you have witty knowledge. That's what I think.
Witty knowledge.
And I also think Michael Jackson claimed he was the king of pop without being the king of pop. I remember seeing them skywrite the word Pepsi over the skies of Western New York whenever he came to Rich Stadium to through on the Thriller tour.
Was that when Pepsi burned his hair off?
Well, I don't know that Pepsi did that.
Didn't he do a Pepsi ad?
He didn't have Pepsi in his hair, but yeah, I think he was filming a Pepsi ad, and a spark caught his Soul Glow on fire.
Soul Glow. Oh my gosh, dude! Coming to America is so great. And I love the second one. And a lot of people trashed on it.
That's funny. That's awesome.
Oh, I love it, man. I absolutely love it. I love so much Eddie Murphy, man. He was so great.
And they all ended up getting like Daddy Daycare was pretty good, but then you start getting into these like these cutting edge comedians used to be like, like delirious, and then the older they get, you can tell when they got families because they start doing these kids things.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but they do the kids things because they're just printing money with those. I mean, how many times has Dr. Dolittle been replayed?
It's okay. Take the Ewoks. Okay, and I'm sure there's other people that agree. Why do you need to put little teddy bears and make your bad guy look wimpy? You know what I mean? Like, those are stormtroopers. Okay, they're prone to be weak or whatever because there's the bad guy. This is a numbers game, and there's just so many of them. Why would you say, oh, you know what would be really cool is if this is a planet of Wookiees instead of teddy bears? But the reason why you've got teddy bears is because George Lucas is older. He's got kids and grandkids. Exactly. Ewoks are for merchandising. But you know what is way cooler than an Ewok? A Wookiee. A planet full of Wookiees. Now that's a badass fight.
Yeah, but there's a lot of, I mean, you're right. You're absolutely correct. But there's a lot of, when I'm thinking about it, it's like, is it easier to do Ewoks than it would be to do a planet of Wookiees? And if it was a planet of Wookiees, would the Empire have been able to ever establish a base there?
Yardage material, probably cheaper to do Ewoks because they weren't puppets. People in there. You know what I mean? It's still it's a fursuit.
Yeah.
But, if I had to redo it now, of course, George Lucas did that shit with the computer-generated crap. And Jason Black, what is up? Jason Black. I believe this is a brother from Australia. I was trying to find some people to put this.
I just now saw it.
Yeah. Yes, they did it in Return of the. Wait, I know what that means. ROTS, Return of the
Sith.
Sith. Right. Ewok movies are unwatchable. Yeah,
Wait.
you know, I remember seeing that one. It was like a TV special. It was like a little kid and his even littler sister lost on Endor, and it was like one step above the Christmas special. New Zealand, that's where you're at. Oh, now you like me. No, time differences, man. I don't think I ever didn't like you. I mean, anybody that laughs at my jokes automatically has my undying devotion.
Wait a second. So Jason Black is a dude from New Zealand on this stream.
Yeah.
Dude, that's way too
Yeah,
cool.
there was like a couple of times where I came home from work at like 1:30 and just turned on the camera and decided to draw, and not necessarily thinking there was anything out there. And then the one
Yeah.
night, Jason was out there, and we ended up doing a lot of talking and blah blah blah. You just throw a link out, and I'll show up if it's the right it's the right time. If I come at him at noon, it's going to be a completely other day, really. You know,
See, I know
there.
nothing about that. Like, I couldn't tell you what time it is there or anything.
Well, I don't know. Not exactly. I don't know exactly what time it is. Oh,
he was the blank guy. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So,
well, Jason, welcome to the channel over here, because like this is what the thing gets me is I love like somebody from New Zealand's here right now. Is that not the greatest thing you'd ever?
That's nifty. Modern technology.
It really is, man. It's absolutely awesome. All
right.
Gosh.
I don't have any questions for you if you don't want to answer them. So you ask me another question. You want me to take you on a trip through a motorcycle painting project?
Well, yeah, actually, that's earlier. I was starting to. I was like, so you do comics is not your full-time gig. What is? If you're talking about the dealerships and everything else. Yeah,
8 hours a day for King and Country.
Yeah,
I work for a company that is contract manufacturing. They do a lot of stainless steel and titanium medical implants, and I work in the back polishing, sandblasting, and a combination of different things. After the parts come off the machine, we process them the way the customer wants them to look. And
where do the motorcycles come in?
That's what I was doing. That's the motorcycles come in on the side.
That's what I was worrying about.
I mean, it used to be a full-time thing. It was. I mean, I've only had this job since 2014, but it's a good one with decent benefits, so I stick with it.
Oh, I mean, there you go. I mean, but no, because I saw on your Twitter, like you have a it looks like a rifle stock up there with
that was actually a gun stock that I painted for somebody that I work with.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of in fact the one gentleman that runs our facility and I met him at a dealership event. Happy Easter, Jason.
Yeah, happy Easter. Actually, happy Easter to everybody on the East Coast.
Well, yeah, now, yeah, 5. Yeah, no, you're right.
So they're 4 hours ahead of us. Is that right?
No, that can't be 4. Is that right? Is it 4? Are you?
No, PM. Excuse me. There's. See, I'm from Tennessee, man. Yeah, so I told you I'm not very smart.
He already found all his eggs. Either that, or 3 months from now, it's going to be a strange smell behind the couch because there's always that one.
It's true. It's true.
You never find. So I met this guy at a dealership event. I hardly ever got a chance to walk around and look at the bikes, and I'm walking around looking at the bikes, and I see this. It's a Honda. I want to say a Honda Fury, which is a Honda stock. It looks kind of like a low slung chopper, but it's a factory bike, and it's got silver, orange flames, but they're perfect. Okay, like if you walk up to a car and you can see like orange peel in the paint, it's called a factory finish.
Yeah.
You see something that looks like glass. It's been cleared, it's been sanded, it's been cleared again, and then sanded and polished. There's no dirt in it. This guy, his flames, they were absolutely perfectly even on either side. I'm going back and forth, and I'm looking for mistakes, and I can't find any. And I keep telling him I want to see this bike again. But long story short, we start talking. He says, "Oh, I work for these people." I said, "I work for these people too." He didn't tell me in what capacity he works for them. Meanwhile, he's like running the facility 3 blocks away, and then he ends up running our facility. I'm looking at the page, that they inform everybody that this guy's going to be come over and taking over the operation. I'm like, where do I know that name? Where do I know that name? And I run into him again. I'm like, I remember you 3 months ago when we talked at the Steel City. You said we worked at the same place. I'm like, you didn't tell me what you did for this place. You didn't tell me that you were going to be my boss someday, but he's a really talented painter. Now he doesn't
awesome.
brush or pinstripe or anything like that, but as far as the craft of, in fact, let me take this down and I'll take you through a little paint story. Because this is a good one. This is one of my swan songs before I decided, like, I'm really going to try and get away from this. But there's a whole other story to the shop that I used to own. Okay, so you share that.
Yeah.
This is not my work. This is somebody else's work. This is
Uh-huh.
guy brought me these parts. This guy had them for over 2 years and he never finished them. And he wanted to have some Joker jester type thing on there.
Yeah.
And it was never there. So I took these pictures. This is what he handed me. Now, when somebody brings me a paint job that's from another shop.
Oh, wow. Did you
I
draw this?
Yeah, I did. I have to strip it down because I don't know. There's like the same way that a house has a foundation, a paint job has a foundation. Your metal has to be free of rust. The primer has to be able to stick to it. It has to be smooth and all that stuff. And I don't know if the person that painted this knew what they were doing. Yeah. There's no way for me to know that. So I stripped it down. That's
you.
Yeah.
You drew this.
Yeah, in a sketch pad. This is a concept.
Dude, that's crazy.
For what this guy wanted on his bike. And he's like, yeah, I just want these crazy gestures everywhere. And he wanted this girl on the tank. And I'm trying to do like different, poses. This is all just, things that I can put on this guy's bike. I tried to do something like the ICP Hatchet Man.
Yeah.
And, all this stuff. And this is all the kind of the thought that I put into it. This is what happens when you strip something down. Now, the guy that I'm talking about, my facility supervisor, he's really good at this part. Yeah. I had to do this, but this is his thing, the craft of painting, making sure that everything is leveled out, sandblasted off, and all that stuff. And these were just in-process pics that I was sending the guy that I was doing his tank. I took everything down to the nitty-gritty.
Yeah.
Out all the waviness, and now this is primer this is called a guide coat. Mm-hmm. The guide coat, you spray over this so that when you sand it out, you can see where all the orange peel is. All the highs and lows will go up. So you sand it until all those little dots are gone, and it looks like that. And then I did. This is the sealer. This is the Cuda green. This is an intercoat clear on there, and then I started putting out the diamond shape. He decided he wanted a single row of diamonds, so I had to take all that off. And I was showing him like, this is what happened right here because you changed your mind. And I had to put in this single strip of purple. Okay, so there's the purple. Right, and then this is the part that got crazy. So everything has been cleared and sanded. This is all green candy. So I have an airbrush that's got green candy in it, and then I got another airbrush that has lacquer thinner that I'm using as an eraser. So I put some, and then I erase the green. Okay, and this is on his front fender. And then this is metal leaf right here. That's 24 karat gold on those tassels. This is gold. This is gold, copper, aluminum leaf. Dude. And it goes all the way up across. And I made it look. Normally, you don't do a random shot like this. It's not supposed to look all crazy. It's supposed to be like nice and clean. But I did this because the rest of the bike looks crazy, so I figured I would just make it look. I would make that metal part look ugly.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
and that's all cleared.
Oh, wow.
It all cleared, right? And this is the tank. Dan, this is the hard part. I have all of this stuff figured. This is all vinyl paint mask. Okay, so I have it cut. In fact, if you make me big, I can
How do I
point.
make you big?
Well, there's some layout icons at the bottom. But anyways, you can see like this is my vinyl.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what I did? I'm so stupid. I was like, I increased you on my screen. I'm sorry. Are you talking about like this?
Yeah, see that
Okay.
right there? That's my vinyl cutter.
Okay.
So that's what makes this mask that you see. This girl, she was drawn, she was pathed out in Illustrator, and then I sent it over to the vinyl cutter, cut out a mask, and had to stick all these little pieces on there like color forms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the black, and then I had to cut the black, do all the flesh, and all the way through, and these are all just for moments like this when somebody asks me, "What was it like?" That's what it was like. Then that's for scale. I mean, that's that my ugly fingernail, but that tells you how big her face is. Man, just thinking about this, I wanted to have her eyes two different colors too, one green, one purple. So all the way through this whole thing, and it was supposed to be black leather over flesh. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then cover her up, do all the gesture faces, these skulls at the top. I remember seeing like a long time ago, it was called a Drop Jaw, was the name of the t-shirt company. I wanted to put those underneath the gas tanks. Now I'm trying different lettering. I decided to hand paint it, and that's what it looks like there, hung up and clear coated. That's the
Holy cow.
paint gun that I used, and this is what it looks like in the sunlight.
Holy cow.
It's not even, see, the green paint that I have on there is the dark green. You see it under the shop lights. It looks like one thing. In the sunlight, it's called candy. It's like a stained glass window. So sunlight will pass through it, and then any effects that are underneath, there's a pearl in there, it'll bounce back through, so it looks like a lot lighter.
Dude, I'm literally am sitting here with my jaw open. Like, I'm amazed. I had no idea.
And I'm trying to now. Not all of the jobs are always that big. Yeah, this is me trying different stuff out on the computer. But not all of the jobs are that big. Yeah. The rear fender. Oh, wait till you get to the end of this thing, man. This story is not over yet. I just found out the other day while I was in Cleveland. Okay. Now, same thing. Paint masks all over the place. Take this piece off, paint it, put that piece back on, paint it. There's more faces. Gotcha there. Where's the end of this thing?
Holy cow, man.
Where is the end of this?
You did more work in photos than...
I'm telling you.
That is awesome.
Now, the best... I don't even know, like the best part of this. Okay, let me see if I can go to... I'm gonna pull this down for 1 second because I want to make sure I'm not throwing out the wrong stuff. Photos. I just brought this in. No, that's the one I'm working on now. Okay, look. Long story short, I think I would have to actually insert these. Long story short, that back fender that you saw, I found out a couple of weeks ago. He snapped it in half.
Oh man!
Yeah, no, he totally snapped it in half. And thank you, Volstorm. Thank you, Jason. I very, very much appreciate it. I have pictures of it, but he's like, what, because what happened was he didn't measure everything before he put the bike back together. So when he's on the bike, that long fender ended up scraping the street, and it's made out of fiberglass, but basically just sanded off the bottom part of it, which, okay, whatever. But when he took it out of the trailer's at an angle. He brings the back wheel down off the trailer, it catches the street and just snaps it in half. So the guy that's doing my paint work, he does a lot of fiberglass stuff. He's actually got it over there. He's fixing it. And then I'm probably going to have to paint that big Jester back over again and do a lot of repair work. But I'll tell you this much: it'll pay for that computer I got to upgrade to. Because I gave a really good deal on the first one. I honestly didn't realize how much was going to be involved, and he let me hold on to it for a year. I actually lost the shop in the middle of working on that bike. It's one of the things that made me want to go. I want to stay in this basement here and work on my comic book and do some custom paint stuff here and there. But for the most part, get a move on. And I cannot wait for spring to be over with, because I want to be down here. I want to be working on this book, and I want to get it out. I'm not a big fan of saying stuff and not being able to do it at all.
So, okay.
How much integrity we don't have anymore. I don't want to contribute to it.
To what?
The lack of integrity in the world today.
Oh. Well, listen. So, Shane McCabe, right?
Yeah.
So, what's the working title you've got right now for that book?
Asphalt.
Asphalt. Duh.
Street Justice.
I kept seeing that on there. Now, Asphalt, that's going to be is that the name of the dude when he's dressed up?
No, actually, his name is Meat Hook.
Meat Hook.
Yeah. And that's not going to be a name that he gives himself. That's going to be something where, if he's seen out there, somebody catches him like you might catch a glimpse of the Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Somebody goes, well, what did you see? I don't know, man. He had a smiley face on it. He had a bunch of meat hooks.
But you heard about the Loch Ness Monster the other day, right?
It is a whale's penis. And I believe I heard that from you.
Yes. I did do it. That's why I brought that up. I was like...
And I just got in there, and the first thing I heard was whale's penis. I'm like, I am in the right place.
Dude, is that not the most crazy thing? I'm like, wait a second. I thought it was in a lake. I mean, I don't know anything about it, but I was like, what's going on here? And then it starts reading about this guy says, whales mate, with orgies. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, but last time I checked, the lake, is fresh water. Am I wrong there?
I don't know. I know nothing about any of that stuff. But it seems...
I thought the general rule, lakes are fresh water, and the
except for Salt Lake.
Right. Well, yeah, and the Dead Sea, but yeah.
But they're dead.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's too much salt. Nothing can live there. Nothing. But I thought that Loch Ness was a freshwater body of water.
Well, this was a theory by a professor, so take it for what it's worth, right?
Yeah, Jason, there is always an upside, and it's spelled Mac. New Mac. Sorry, go ahead. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. It's one of the things that I cannot stand, and I realize we're not at that level yet, is just not paying attention to the people that are reading that, they want to be heard, and I want to make sure that they are. And I'm not saying that you're not doing your job. It's just it's my own personal hang up.
Oh no, the chat is great, and I'll tell you what, you got to learn from Nick Rakita, because he's like, look, you have these things coming in, you're trying to do something else, and what you find out is that a lot of times the chat, they're just talking back and forth to each other.
Yeah,
which is so you catch on, you'll notice that they're it's just, I don't know, it just becomes a habit, or not a habit, but it's you can kind of see a trend of what's going on in the chat.
Yeah,
oh, wait a second.
You get a feel for it.
Yeah, feel for it, and it's this chat here is great. That's why I'm always bringing people in and stuff. Right now, because you said before you you don't like talking that much or whatnot, or even though you do a great job.
Well, actually, I'm a lot better with somebody else than I am.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. If you want to bring anybody in, just give a shout to them, man. I'll extend an invite. So,
then it might be, I don't know if it'd be 12. This dude's in California, so it wouldn't be too late. But I told my writer that I was going to be doing this. So I would throw one out to him if he felt like getting on, but I don't know if he is watching or not. It was a kind of a late, hey, by the way thing.
Well, it should be the same invite that I sent you on.
No, I mean, I have it. It's at the top of the StreamYard. It's at the top of the webpage. But I don't know if they're able to. I mean, Jason could come in if he wanted.
Jason, do you want to come? Do you? I mean, whatever the link is I sent you on Twitter, that should be the same link to dropping in. Jason, come on in, man. That'd be great. I've never talked to anybody from New Zealand, so just be gentle on me. You're my first.
Yeah, what he could do is if he comes in, then I'll go take a tinkle and then come back. Let's see. We'll get Julius. I'll throw one out to him. Now I don't know if any of this is actually going to work, but well, they're out there. There's two guys. Very Vargas-ish classic. That's Miss Nomi. I think she's probably talking about the jester on a tank that I wanted really badly for her not to look like Harley Quinn. Yes, Rebecca. Tinkle. Sometimes people call it rainbow or going horsies.
Okay, now I've heard tinkle, but I've heard talk to a man about a horse.
Go rainbow, right? Or go horsies, right? But noisy dogs, kids, cricket suburbs with no headphones, it'd be terrible. Yeah, but it would be an experience, though, Jason.
Yeah, you just put it up like you're talking on your phone.
A slice of life in New Zealand. Is that not where the Tasmanian tiger and Tasmanian devils are in New Zealand?
Tasmanian Devil is one of my favorite cartoon characters.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely love him.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I found out on HBO when you go down to the bottom, there's like home, movies, comedy, blah, blah, blah. And you go down near the bottom and there's hubs.
Yeah.
There is a Warner Brothers Looney Tunes hub.
No way.
All the real stuff. I mean, they have all the new stupid idiot stuff, and they have the very old, they haven't found their feet yet stuff. But there's I think it's like season 12 or season 13. That's the shit that you remember from Saturday morning cartoons.
See, Jason just learned what Americans are like. We don't know anything.
See, I thought Tasmania was part of New Zealand, but I guess it's its own island. Or I shouldn't say island, its own landmass. That sounds a little bit more robust.
You know what I would love to talk to Jason about is what the Tonga explosion was like. Tonga? The volcano?
Yeah, right.
There's a girl, and I should do a live stream, copy her stream. She has surprisingly little subscribers for what she does, but her parents live in a place, an island that's part of the Tonga Islands, mm-hmm. that they're basically off the grid, and what they do is they run a whale watching, kayak business, right. And they went to the island that the volcano created.
Okay.
She thought the kids were running around in the attic, but then they had gone to bed. Oh, okay. So that's him talking about the explosion. So, this girl, she has a video up 2 weeks before the island that they're camping on blew up. It's the craziest thing, man. It's a really good. They have a drone follow them around. They hike all over the place. They set up.
Right. I'm just showing you where Tasmania actually is.
See, I would have thought that was part of Australia.
No, I mean it's that little thing down at the very bottom. I thought it was somewhere over there by New Zealand. Smiling Bandito, what up, bro?
I like that avatar. That's awesome. And anybody who says "hail," we know they're good people.
Right, for real. Hail and huzzah, I've also found to be quite endearing. Huzzah!
Huzzah. There we go. What is the okay, what did I do? I was gonna ask you. So
I know we got to palm the wheel in the other direction.
well, yeah, with Shane McCabe's
Yeah,
character.
right.
So he has that helmet, right?
Mhm.
Like, dude, you totally ought to, like, draw that, like, because everybody needs a logo, right? Like all the
Oh yeah.
you got Batman has, you know, the bat on the
Yeah.
costume. Superman has the S. Well, you need to do like the the helmet, and we need to get you need to get the like stickers made up, and it just says like the name or whatever underneath, and then like people like us, like I take stickers, man. I put a sticker on my car, and like you know, it doesn't mean anything to anybody, but it's you know, you see it enough. Okay, so you asked me like what I do. My first I have a background in politics and law, and in politics, like doing campaigns.
Okay.
And in campaigns, a bumper sticker. You don't think a bumper sticker means a lot, but they did a study, and this was years and years ago. So I don't know what the inflation would be, but back then, because I was floored by this number, and it was a bumper sticker is equivalent to like $1,700 worth of advertisement. And I think,
right?
yeah, so I would say, so like today's numbers, I don't know. We've had
You mean like
with
adjusted?
inflation, yeah, with
Yeah.
inflation and everything, it'd be I would say probably like $2,100. Especially well, and also because there's so many more different forms now. You see, like YouTube is a big advertising thing that they used to never have. You don't used to just have 3 TV channels, right? So,
Three major networks, right?
yeah, I don't know. I'm not into that all that anymore. To tell you, like what the today's numbers would be, but let's just say like when you see a bumper sticker that says whoever it is that's running for Congress or running for your state house or whatever else, that's worth $2,000 for them to have that on your car. That's how
Right.
much advertisement you get. And I know political stickers are different than other stickers and stuff.
Yeah.
But if you kind of think about that for you, like that's not going to translate to you. But if you had,
Well, it's like an awareness thing. You know, you can
yes,
stick like when you stick one of those. I did that Biden stickers on the gas pump, and he's pointing at the 499.
yeah, that's the greatest example there is.
Yeah, yeah. Well, everybody already knows about that, but I know. I mean, I know what you mean. Like, I've seen what's one of my favorite ones. If I could, yeah, I created this in like 2001.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and it's just this little. I think I created it with a piece of Corel software, and
Oh, that's awesome.
I've always had it. It's transferred from one machine to the next, and I have that up in the corner whenever I stream. That's my like kind of like where you're. I don't support the current thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
thing up there.
Well, so
But
like this guy would be like the what you want to do is have him as like the modern or like the the 2020 version of the Have a Nice Day.
yeah, yeah,
And,
basically. Well, once people find out about it, it's more complicated than just like that. That helmet is one thing, but it's outfitted with stuff inside that gives him a kind of a daredevil look, a 360-degree view of things. So
oh, dude.
the way that it's been manufactured, it's what he knows how to fabricate, and what his buddy Ted Esselgroth, that's one of the people in the car club, IT Ted, he's the computer expert. So he's got all the cutting edge things like the Oculus Rift. Well, this is going to be the 3rd generation because he's just knows people who can get that. He's not going to be inventing something. He's going to be taking it and making something that's already been made into a real workable version of thing. So when you put this thing on, you're going to have I can actually find the page here that shows you.
Well, you know what you're describing, what it sounds like to me, and
Low rent Iron Man.
what?
A low rent Iron Man.
Low rent Iron Man. That's hilarious. No, in real life, and every time you've gone to describe something about this guy, from the attitude, from his background to his skills, whatever it is you've said something, I've thought to myself, that's real life.
That's what I want it to be. Yeah.
See, that's why I hate Superman. Superman is, like the original Superman. Have you ever read Superman #1, Action Comics #1 or whatever?
Yeah.
So it's so different, and I think that's how, like, if they really want, yeah, like that's the way Superman I think should be. Like when you have, like, his hair doesn't move anymore. He's like he's in a bubble. It's weird. Like, how can you shake hands with a guy that when they show him now, he gets shot and like the bullet splatters when it hits him? So
it doesn't ricochet off. It does what? You mean it just mushrooms and falls to the ground?
Yes.
Yeah.
So like there's no like indention or anything. There's nothing on Superman. So if you're gonna shake Clark Kent's hand, what's that got to feel like?
He would have to have extreme control over not breaking your. I remember seeing that, and there was the Captain America thing that you were talking about yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
There was that Captain America in like 1980 where he had that like clear plexiglass shield.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember one of the scenes there where he became the super soldier, and he had to relearn how to adjust the proportionate strength that he now had. And one of the things he was drawing a picture of what Captain America should look like, and he kept breaking the lead on the pencil.
Okay, that's great, and that's something that, like, Superman today, he's
but that's one of those little brilliant pieces. Even
it really is
totally sucked. It's one of those little things that just kind of sticks with you. You're like, that was a great element of storytelling. Why couldn't they make this movie so much better? Then now Superman is, that's why they had to give him kryptonite. Kryptonite wasn't a thing until it became untenable for readers to read about a superhero where there were no stakes. This is actually page 1.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so you can see that. Yeah, so you can see the helmet there, and the the like the zigzaggy electronic that's the voice of the IT Ted guy talking through his helmet. So he's in communication with somebody who can see everywhere he goes. Like, there's satellite link-ups. Or he can see from the top down the same way that you look through Google Earth. There's somebody back at a home base who's watching everything that he's doing. Like, everybody has a cell phone on them, so he can like see, like, okay, this guy is coming at you from the south. Plus, that's one of the things. His daughter is missing, and that's the reason why he's out on this hunt.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, like that helmet though, like what you're describing, that's actually like the new Joint Strike Fighter jet, the F-35. That's part of their helmet. Is that like where the pilot looks down and the pilot sees what's beneath the plane,
right?
And
exactly. But it's like having a rear seater way, way far away. So
yes,
his hands always have to be free. He can't be like hitting buttons and doing this, that, and they're like the way that Iron Man has a home computer that just tells him everything. Ant-Man's in your
Jarvis.
Jarvis, yeah, exactly. This is an actual person, so there are stakes where the communications could get shut out. And he would be, basically like blind. But the whole reason why there's a helmet on in the first place is because, like, you can sustain an injury to an elbow or a knee or a leg or whatever. But if you get knocked out, fight's over.
Yep.
And that's the reason why, that he's got this on. So if you go back to like this first page where you see here, on that one eye on the helmet is these cameras.
Oh.
So
I didn't notice that. Yes.
I'll tell you, he's got telescopic, FLIR, and thermo.
All right, dude, you got to quit thinking about it and just start drawing, because
I am.
this is done.
This is me drawing.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like you gotta get this done because I'm loving this. I love the artwork, but this helmet, like right here, this shot you've got right there, like that little helmet, man. I'm telling you, like I don't know, like I don't know how to do it. I mean,
see, like in the word balloon over here, it says without the helmet. He goes, what does he say? Yeah, that voice in my head is Ted Esselgroth. That's actually the name of a friend of my mother's when I was a kid. My
That's
first
awesome.
exposure to video games with this guy, Ted Esselgroth, that worked for GTE. Yeah, without this bucket on my head, I'm just a guy with 2 ears, 2 eyes, and a whole lot of wishing. With it, got 8 eyes, motion sensors, FLIR, blah, blah, blah. So all around, like you see the dots on his helmet there, those are the same kind of motion sensors that you have on your backup camera. So it's a combination of Shane's ability to work with automotive equipment, motion sensors, backup cameras, and intertwining that with Ted's ability to do technological stuff. And so together they build this thing that gives him 360 degrees of vision, plus somebody who's looking from the top down like a chessboard. You know, they used to say that Mario Lemieux, closing these tabs, they used to say that Mario Lemieux was so talented with his, what did I do? Stop screen. Yeah. He was so talented because he had a natural way. You know who Mario Lemieux is?
Who is he? I know the name.
He played hockey for the Penguins.
My gosh! Yes. Sorry. Yes, I know him from the video games.
He owns the Penguins now.
Are you kidding me?
No, serious. Yeah, he owns the Penguins now, and who wouldn't want to play for that team? But I don't even follow hockey.
Well, the guy from Tennessee though drove up there and threw a catfish out on the ice. He wouldn't want to play.
They do that in they do that in Detroit too. They throw octopuses out on the ice or something like that.
That's crazy.
I don't really follow hockey, but but I did hear this that Mario Lemieux had this natural ability to be able to see the game that he was playing from the top down. That it wasn't just his vision was this; it was this, and that's the advantage here. So when where he can, his vision and his skill versus. I thank you, Jason. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Jason, we do.
And get the the YouTube channel out there. But I'm like splitting it between custom paint stuff and comic books because I want to have both. In fact, I want to be able to incorporate custom paint into this and make some one of a kind panels and stuff so that if I'm going to be doing an auction, or not an auction, but like when I go to do the campaign, that a one-of-a-kind original piece of automotive artwork on a panel could be one of the tiers. One of the other things I want to do, and I don't know if you've ever seen a channel called Diecast Resurrection.
No.
Okay, well,
wait, hold on. Is that someone who takes old Hot Wheels?
Part right.
Exactly. Yes.
Right. There's a lot of cars are a big part of this. It's one of the reasons why I like the Batman so much is because that Batmobile. He is an auto mechanic. He works on hot rods. The Asphalt Angels are the car club that all of his help comes from. Mm-hmm. So there's a medic, and his name is Derek. And his parents were like old hippies. Mm-hmm. And he's basically the guy that knows everything there is to know about drugs. Right. So when our hero, you share the screen real quick.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't sit down there.
That's okay. So when our hero takes and sustains damage, it's going to be this guy that kind of takes care of him. He's going to be the medic side of stuff. Guess what his car is?
An ambulance?
Custom van.
Oh.
A custom van with all the drugs and shit.
Yes.
And all the medical stuff hidden under the bed and whatever. These
are great. This is great stuff, man.
This is his daughter, Melody. She's the one that gets kidnapped, and I don't know if you can see this. If I can zoom in, I have to zoom in here. Let's see.
This is the daughter he's looking for, right?
Yeah, this is the daughter he's looking for, and I'm just going to zoom in real quick. One of the reasons why he has this face on his helmet. See that teddy bear?
Yeah.
See that eye that's missing?
Oh.
Right. So when he finds
That's so cool.
So when he runs into her, she'll recognize that face.
That is, man, you're amazing, man.
I'm trying to figure this out, like, and incorporate it into the story, because a lot of these people we don't even see in the first issue. It's all origin stuff.
Yeah.
And I have to figure out like the bad guys and where the bad guys are going to be, and how to draw children's faces versus people's faces. It's not it's not that easy. This is one of the bad guys. You remember that? L.A. Escape from L.A.?
Yes.
Right. You remember Bruce Campbell's character?
No, I didn't. Bruce Campbell's.
The Surgeon General. Or where all those people that were addicted to plastic surgery.
Yes.
Right. Well, that's what this is supposed to be. There's two of them. There's twins. Alex and Alex and shit, man, it's late. What the hell was the other one's name? It doesn't matter. The point is, this is where Shane almost gets his ass handed to him, because in the entire time he's doing reconnoiter on this mobile children's sex brothel thing, he only ever sees one of these guys at a time.
Hey, where's that one right to the left of that one where he's squatting right there?
Yeah, that's just a regular welding helmet.
Dude,
this is the other thing that almost gets his ass kicked, because he, like an idiot and inexperienced, he wants to hide his face, but the only thing he has to do it with is a welding helmet, which limits his vision.
Yeah. Dude, that is really great, though. I mean, that is really, really cool. Dude, it's like a regular every guy like Rorschach.
It's what I want him to be. This is supposed to be a what would you do in the scenario given the tools that you have.
Do you realize that this guy, like his story, like what you're saying, like you're introducing all these characters here. You realize that's kind of like what this chat that we've got here on this channel, this is kind of what it's delved into. And this is what I love. It's like how would I ever have met you if not for this? And right now,
for Comicsgate, you mean? Following all that stuff, sure.
You know, and here it is. I got this YouTube doing this thing, and just because my wife says she doesn't want to hear me talk anymore. And anyway, so you got all this, and it's like we have like Sully here that's in the chat, and she was on last night. Like when you're talking about he's in this because his daughter's missing. Like Sully, right. She follows this missing girl here in Tennessee, Summer Wells.
Yeah, I was following that with you too. And my wife is into a lot of that stuff. I asked her about it. She didn't know, and I'm like, this is a great way, for us to enjoy this, YouTube experience together, because you're following it, and you're a real person, and that's really like reality TV.
Oh, yeah.
It should be, yeah.
But it's so great because there's so many different people doing everything. It's like when you start talking about the backstories of these different people, like that is just, it feels like, it just feels like real people. Because
there's so much of it. There's no way but for it to go on for like forever. I mean, ideally, what would happen is that this idea would catch on and make enough money. This is IT Ted. That's our resident geek. But
could you change Ted? Could you change Ted on there and put it to Guava Ball, because he said IT?
Isn't Zach Meyer? Your boy Zach isn't Richard Meyer? He was an IT. before he.
Oh yeah,
quit.
he was. Yeah,
Comics
your boy Zach. Yes,
The whole
and I
time.
love him. He.
Yeah, that's
Matter
my
of fact,
exposure. That's my first exposure to Comicsgate at all.
well, his stuff, like that's kind of like when you talk about like what are you going to do a channel on, right?
Right.
And the answer, like I always knew, the answer out there is you're going to do it on stuff that you like.
Right.
But the problem is you sit there and you talk and you don't have. It's that back and forth. Like me, I work better with other people. Like having you on makes this a better experience. Having Volstorm on makes it a better experience. Like I would love to hear Jason Black talk from New Zealand. Cool Frog is great, and it was so funny is like how he's from Minnesota and he came in, and right when there was like a case going on up there that I was watching on like Nick Rakita's stuff, and it's so like things like he starts bringing up, I'm like, oh man, it just paints a picture in your head, and you're able to just, I don't know, it's fun. That's the best way to describe it. And man, what you've got going on here is exciting. And I'm honored to be able to talk to you because I really think that you're going to the moon, man. I mean, you really are. Pack up your Doge coins and get on SpaceX because you're going to the moon.
Dogecoin.
Yeah.
How do you spell Dogecoin?
Doge. This stands for do only good every day.
Okay, all right.
That's those that crypto coin.
I mean, I know what a Dogecoin is. I never
Dogecoin, whatever. I don't know how to pronounce it.
I never heard it pronounced Dogecoin.
Dude, man, I got a jacked up Tennessee accent, man. I'm redneck and
I didn't think
dumb.
Sense could be jacked up. I thought that's the way people are supposed to talk.
That's awesome. Jacked up sounding.
Well, you haven't heard a strange accent until you've heard a Pittsburgh accent, and it's it literally it sounds like this. Nah, you don't love me. You just want to get boozed up with your friends in the South Side. Go over to a bar, have some Permanis. It's like the cross between a Southern accent and somebody who never graduated kindergarten.
Well, it sounded very Jack Nicholson-ish.
Okay. You don't take the dog out the house. You don't take the dog out of the house for a walk. You take the dog out the house. There's no out. Like in Canadian, it's not out, it's oot. Okay?
Yes.
In Pittsburgh, there are certain words that you just make them up so that they mean one thing, like the word jeet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Jeet. Jeet. That's a question. That's somebody who wants to know if you're hungry.
Oh, did you eat? Yes. Yes.
Jeet. There's an at, apostrophe N-A-T. Nat. We were watching football, drinking some beers and that. Just hanging out, you're having a good time and that.
Oh,
and
it's like a shorthand language.
Exactly. There's nothing like Pittsburgh accent is full of contractions.
That's awesome.
Like yins. Where yins going? Are yins your urines going to the movies? Yins is a contraction of youngins, which is a contraction of young ones.
That's hilarious because in real rural East Tennessee,
Mm-hmm.
the up in the mountain area, it's instead of saying y'all, which is the greatest Southern word you could ever say, they'll say youans.
Yeah, right.
Youans
exactly.
and weans, and
Youans.
I'm like,
yeah,
what is going on here?
Right.
It's just. Yeah, it's entirely
basically
different.
it. And then you get up to Pittsburgh, and they're even lazier than that. Yins.
Yeah, but Ewins means y'all.
That's what yins means.
Oh, I thought you meant youngins.
That's the same thing. It's like
youngins.
It is.
Okay.
It's a contraction of yins is a contraction of youngins, which is a contraction of young ones. But it's basically, that's what it means. Use. Like in New York, where's yins going? Where yins going? Are yins headed at? Are you headed out? Are you headed out downtown? That's are you guys going to downtown?
Dude, it's crazy how I don't know, how our language, how America, like all our dialects and everything, have all been. Well, they're as strange as like how the states got their shapes. You know, it's like every state has something different, and
I thought most of it had to do with like waterways.
Well, I was getting ready to say that.
Shaped ones.
Yes, I was getting ready to say that because like I was born in Memphis, and Memphis is on the Mississippi River, so a Memphis accent is very different than a mountains of Tennessee accent, and they'll like, they make fun of the way you sound and stuff, and you're like, look, man, like it's proper English, it's real Southern, and
right.
Of course, I always make fun of it because, the South, we never quit fighting the Civil War. And in East Tennessee, they still...
the South is always trying to get people to understand that there was more to it than just slavery, which is correct.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Slavery was a huge, if not the biggest part of it, but that wasn't the entire thing.
Well, here's the thing.
It's never that simple.
Well, could you get, was it 600,000 people died? 1 million people were injured or casualties of war or whatever, however they signify it. But could you get that many people today when America is, 10 times the size, population-wise, what it was back then? Could you get that many people today to fight in a war over a race of people?
I'm not even sure I would put it that way. It was.
I mean, if it was all about slavery,
it was about slavery, but it wasn't necessarily. All right, if I say that that it wasn't about race, then somebody is going to feel first and then react.
That's what the whole thing is. You're right. Well, see,
there were, and although it was not the norm, of course, but there were black slave owners and white slaves.
Yes,
that is historical fact. I found that from watching one of my there's a YouTube channel, the Hoodservative, and he's got that up there. He's like, yeah, look at this. There are white slaves for sale. And there are black slave owners. I mean, if you look at, there's a lot of history that people conveniently forget because they want to have they want to have a weapon to use intellectually against somebody else. The first millionaire in America, the very first millionaire in America was a woman, and it was a black woman, Madam. I'm gonna get this wrong, Madam. I just look it up. First millionaire in America.
So I didn't know this.
Yeah, I actually remember learning about it from that Dinesh D'Souza movie, America, Imagine a World Without Her. And it was Madam C.J. Walker.
C.J. Walker?
Yeah. And it was Madam C.J. Walker, America's first. And she made it with it, and she did it with hair care products.
No way.
Hair care products for black people. The first woman millionaire in America was black.
Dude, that's awesome, man.
I know.
That's awesome.
But here's how: if you were a teenager you said you were a teenager in the 90s, so you went to school in the late 80s, early 90s, or the 80s to the early 90s or whatever. Yeah. Why did you learn that? Because that should be part of American history.
Well, you didn't learn anything. Like American history, I don't know if there was ever a time when they had I don't know. It's always the same stuff.
Like they're gonna go into they're gonna teach about slavery and the Civil War, and there's gonna be like all the regular like surface stuff. But considering that when you're going to school, you're going to go and do two things. You're either going to learn how to work for yourself or get a job. Either way, the point is that when you're done with school, you are able to be a functioning member of society, which means you know how to make money either off of somebody else through a job or by yourself as an entrepreneur and provide jobs for other people. Here, Madam C.J. Walker is a perfect example of somebody who did that.
Yes. Yes.
Do we want to obey the law? Of course. We want to have people leaving high school who are functioning members of society who obey the law. Why not teach them about Bass Reeves, the first black U.S. Marshal, who was also the innovator of the ambidextrous draw?
Really?
Yes. And there's a really good Comicsgate book about that.
Dude,
I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I know it's out there.
I have learned. Let's see here. Jason Black put something up.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing about opportunity in America. Yeah, there it is.
That's where everybody becomes successful. It's not granted, but if you find that you're good, you can do as well as an individual.
Yeah, everyone's created equal, but not everyone ends up that way.
You're right.
Really depends on what you do. You can win a hand of poker with shit cards if you know how to bluff.
Oh yeah, yeah. And which is a skill. Poker, it's
sure. Poker's
skill.
Not gambling. I think they should teach poker in elementary school.
Could you imagine the critical thinking that would create?
Yeah, exactly. Because chess teaches you all about your options on a board where it is literally a level playing field.
Yeah.
And poker teaches you about people and money management on an unlevel playing field. The cards are all the same, but you don't always get the same cards. Don't we want to have people out there who are used to losing and know how to come back and lose sometimes and win sometimes and be mature about it, instead of creating these delicate creatures all over the place that now I have to deal with this crap. Like what I would like to know is when somebody who just can't find a job to pay back their school loan because they took candle making as a major,
yeah,
they want to get their college paid for, you better give me my 40 grand back because I paid my school loan off. And if you're going to let somebody else slide on their loan because all of a sudden we realize that school should be free, well, and the piece of crap art school that I went to owes me money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're not given the opportunity to have a debate about anything. The whole point of that is just to get riled. For some reason, okay, now you got me on a soapbox.
I know. So, it's fine. It's your channel.
Well, you always have, whenever you run into liberalism, is they have this imagination that all the college students in the world are going to rise up because all college students are liberal, and they're all going to rise up and unite and put these old hippies, these old stale patchouli smelling hippies into power. And I'm sitting here going, when I was in college, I went to the University of Tennessee, and it was a very conservative campus. Everybody I knew was conservative. Now, granted, when you're in a class with me, the liberals aren't going to have a chance to talk.
Not around you. They wouldn't have a chance around me either.
Yeah, it's like they start saying something. Well, okay, so actually, when you say that, you remind me of a guy I went to college with, and again, I can't remember this guy's name either.
Could he do a cake stand?
No, he was just a cool guy. And I say you remind me of him because he was a non-traditional student. So he had gone out, had a job, everything else, decided he was going to come back and either finish college or get his college degree. But
okay,
he just kind of reminds me he'd walk in and be like, "Yeah, I don't feel I'm talking it'd be like you now." Is what he reminds me of. Yeah. So he was like, you looked at you looked up to this guy, and it was so funny because he didn't give a shit, right? He's like, I'm not gonna take it from anybody, I'm paying them. I'm not going to sit here and let them lecture me on morals and
there's money involved, and morals are not something that you're supposed to teach someone.
Oh, well, yeah.
I mean,
No.
that's not they're not your parents. You go to church to learn morals. You don't go to college.
Oh, dude, now see, you're down a whole nother path that I love. And
Politics, religion, right? Politics, religion, and comics.
Well, here's the thing with religion. It's just a real short. I on Twitter, I don't know. I call everybody an atheist, or no, I call them heathens. Heathen because I love the. I just think it's a funny sounding name and it upsets people. Heathen. So all these heathens, all right. If like they're the ones that are out there saying, if there's a shooting, oh, your thoughts and prayers don't count. You know, where's your does that not aggravate you?
There is a comedian from Pittsburgh named Anthony Jeselnik who is one of the most offensive guys. I mean, it's like
awesome.
Don Rickles, Anthony Jeselnik, and I mean he's had some. He actually was the Jeselnik offensive was a show on Comedy Central. And he used to do this bit called Shark Party, and the whole thing was, and his, people getting attacked by sharks, and he would do research, and he would like, how many sharks are killed by people versus people killed by sharks? I think we've got the idea backwards. And he would do this little like dance, and everybody would be like somebody wearing a shark suit, and they'd be doing Shark Party, and then somebody, and I think they were from Australia, although I don't think it was Jason, had an issue with it because shark attacks are way worse in Australia. Like in that Foster's commercial, they have a picture of great white, and they like, this is a gappy. We call it a gappy.
Yes.
Somebody got offended, and they were like came down on him or whatever, and then he was like, "No, I'd rather lose the show than change my mind or whatever." But it's one of his stand-up specials is called. What did you say that made me think of it? It's not. I know it's wrong. That's a Dana Gold thing. Oh, shit. One of them was called a Fire at the Maternity Ward. Just to give you an idea on how like he just absolutely gives no fucks at all.
I love it.
None whatsoever. I have to actually go back in the stream, but yeah, but go back to what you were saying because I just totally fumbled that one.
Oh no! Well, it's funny. Like Jason Black here is like, I think ethical philosophy could be taught if that's what they did. I just want to say now
where do they come from? Where do ethics come from? Where do morals come from?
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say, and I looked down, and I saw his comment. I was like, "Oh, this is awesome!" And which also reminds me, I want to say, Jason, please subscribe, man, because I really do want to have you on here at some point, and stick around, dude. And also, anybody comes in here, subscribe to ID Crisis. Subscribe here if you don't mind. We're all fighting the algorithm monster. Just when you think you have something figured out, it gets changed. So, it's just all you can do is continue to grow like this. Cool Frog has a great channel. Get over there. All these people you see, just type in their stuff on YouTube, type in their stuff on Twitter, and look for them and find them. And it's funny because when the more it goes back to that Flashcast covering it. I started getting all these followers on, I was dead. My Twitter account got nuked after January of a couple years ago. A year ago.
Yeah, you were saying something about that before.
My Twitter account got nuked. Oh, that's me.
I'm basically.
But anyway,
because you made me a mod, so I'm just gonna put my own. I'm gonna put the channel in.
Oh, awesome! Yeah,
you made me a mod yesterday, so.
Yeah, see, I didn't remember. I had Grimm's Bar was a mod once, and then I took everything off. I had maybe another mod too, and I'm like, I don't know. I listened to some video on YouTube, and that was stupid. But anyway, check those tweets. YouTube channel coming soon. About morals and ethics. I started thinking about it. I don't think I ever had read or at least since I was in school, the Declaration of Independence. And you read, so this last 4th of July, I did the whole thing. I read everything word for word, and it's funny because like the complaints that they had was like how the British Crown wasn't helping them against the the attacks of the savages in the wilderness.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about Indians, and
Yeah.
like, oh wow, that's you don't ever talk about that one, because now if you say because in Tennessee.
It's always we're the bad guy. You want to hear some, there, because you go back a little more than one generation, and you'll be talking to people who know Indians.
Yeah.
That I mean, not like savages that were like on the outside of the wagon train or anything like that,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not the noble savage is a myth.
Yeah.
The all wise, for whatever country they're from, they're all men, they're all human, they're all capable of the most terrible things. There is no such thing as a human history that doesn't have violence and just some of the most atrocious stuff happening simply because they had feathers in their hair and painted their horses.
Yeah.
Or frequented a geisha house or something like that. It doesn't matter what the culture is. If you're in the mountains, if you're in the mountains of Tibet, you're going to find an evil man there because all men are evil.
Well, yeah, and that's, I mean, that goes back to that's the philosophy of morals and everything right there.
Yeah.
But with the what I was saying about the Declaration of Independence is how it talks about, and I never realized the wording. It's all men are created equal, or by what is it? Crap. See, I can't remember the wording now.
I have my computer somewhere.
You're equal because of your creator. It doesn't mention God.
Right.
It says rights given to you by your creator. So the fact that you were born, you have rights, and that's what I don't know why. Here I am. It's funny how little I know about certain things. Like someone will talk about the law, and I'll be like, "Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about there."
Yeah.
But
well, I mean, to Jason's point, I know that I'm going to find decent people, but the people that are decent are decent because of the way that they were raised and the way that they were brought up. And I was like, from the time that I was my first daughter was very young, it's one of those things that you realize is that the thing that separates animals from humans is that humans have the capacity to be human. Animals have the
that and thumbs
to be trained. Well, I don't know, man.
Or no.
I've seen a lot of thumbs on a lot of other creatures.
As John Wick says, rules are what separates us from animals.
Right, and like my dog understands rules, but he understands them instinctually. He doesn't understand them from a sentient. I don't know if he knows that he's there. I think, therefore I am type.
Yes.
Like, I mean, it's really hard to get. I mean, the things that my dog does. If I'm gonna train my dog, it's going to be I'm going to be manipulating his instincts, not his willpower.
You're saying your dog is not a Terminator. They are not self-aware.
No, and he's not human either. I mean, I think it's great, the affection that I get from him. He does this thing where before he lays down in your lap, he gets his head down in between your legs and he kind of twists and turns and stuff, and sort of like the way the way that little pussyfoot kitten would knead Mark Anthony's hair, that big bulldog, before he like laid down and got all nice and cute.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff that makes you go, oh, but it doesn't make the dog human. Behind roles anywhere in the world of history, most people in history would take in a stranger and get them a meal. But
see, I want to believe, like, okay.
How do we have Lord of the Flies if that's true? I'm not
because they were kids.
I'm not disagreeing with Jason Black I'm not disagreeing with what he's saying, but that scenario happens after work has been done. That scenario happens after our society has already been, after we've got a society. But if you put if you put a human out there among the animals, they're going to learn how to be an animal. You have to
They
be,
become feral.
you have to be with a civilized human being to be able to be taught how to be a civilized human being. Helen Keller is a perfect example. Her story is blind, deaf,
Yep.
and no sensory, and she just and nobody could communicate with her. It
Yes.
took a human being who could teach her how to communicate and what humanity is before. Yeah, right. Yeah. I think, what does it say in the Bible? I'm agreeing to something that nobody's read yet. Well, I'm agreeing, but Tibet seems pretty chill, of course. There are violent criminals everywhere. Man's heart is deceitful above all things. Yeah, we do need rules. We need 10 of them, or at least two. You got 10. You've got the 10 Commandments, or you've got love the Lord with all your heart, mind, soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. Oops, sorry.
Well, my thing I always say is, I'm like, look, we're all on the same rock together,
Yeah,
and so we need to get through this. And it's funny because it's like, my God, man, there's so many examples I could use, and I don't want to because, of course, I don't want to do the whole. I don't know. Several people on here, like, okay, like the whole superhero thing about wearing a mask. That's kind of like what having an avatar is. And
Yeah.
it's, you're protecting people you love and not yourself. It's like that's the only rule my wife had, was that don't dox us.
Right. Well, and she's got a right to be scared. There's freaks out there, but I don't know if you can see it. No, you can't see it. My mic.
Your pop filter's in the way.
Yeah, the pop filter's in the way. That's one of those bags that has one of those metal things in it. It's got
And-
other metal things that go inside those metal things. Some of it's made of brass, and some of it's made of
Yes.
lead, and some of it's made of steel.
It's the anti-doxing device.
Yeah, I have this right there, that green thing.
Yes.
I have more of those in there. I keep some of them on my body at all times. So,
Dude,
yeah.
so wait, did we just become?
I don't want to get your channel struck. I'm just saying,
Oh, I got what you're saying. Yeah. So did we just become really good friends?
Yeah, you want to do karate in the garage?
I think we just became really good friends. Yes.
Yeah, of course. That's that one. I didn't build it myself. I had somebody build it for me, but I have, there's here. Let me show you this real quick. These are special paints. This is called Duracoat. Have you ever seen Duracoat?
Yes. Duracoat's banned in New York City.
You know what that's for?
What?
This right here. This stuff. I got to shake it up a little bit, but this is specifically for painting those, metal things that put other metal things inside other metal things, and some of it's made of brass, some of it's made of lead. Yeah, it's for painting. It's for painting 2A tools.
Yes.
I would show you pictures of some of the
2A
ones
tools.
Some of the ones that I've done, but I don't think we're supposed to show that on YouTube.
It's gotten weird about that. Like, they're like, now you can't have show like magazines over limits or something. You can't.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. It's really weird.
There's a really cool. It's a thing called Songify the News on YouTube. Have you ever?
No.
Keep talking. I'm listening.
Okay.
Every
anyway, I just now found out that you and I are really good friends.
That's right.
And because everything you just said there. So also you and Vol Storm are very good friends. Guava Ball, very good friends. The Closer, oh my gosh, dude, that guy's dude. like, so the guy that was on last night, the closer, the guy that was in Vegas during
Yeah,
the shooting there. Oh my gosh, man, that
he was in
guy.
Vegas during the shooting.
Yeah, yeah. Did you hear the whole thing?
I think you brought him on right after, or right after. I had to bail. My throat was.
Okay. Yeah, he was there. So like that, the Vegas shooting happened. I was still like new. Fall Storm says Double D. Yes, Double D is a friend of yours.
Mhm. Well,
You
anybody with a name like that.
well, it's funny. Her stage name is Dictionary Diva, and first time she was on. Yeah, and I immediately introduced her as Double D. And I mean, I'm the only person that will take your nickname and make a nickname for it. So, but yeah,
Somebody had said on a stream, I think I was on a Dark Gift, and they referred to me as Id Crisis, and I thought to myself, that probably fits
cool.
too.
That really does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh,
But,
that's crazy.
So the closer.
Yeah, so what happened is that I'm still new to Twitter, I guess. You had there's a Breaking 911 is a Twitter channel I follow, and had it set so when Breaking 911 thing would go out, I got a notification. Well, I had just laid down to go to bed, and my phone goes off, and I pick it up. It says breaking now. Gunmen on Vegas Strip. Multiple casualties reported. I think maybe said like machine gun fire, something like that. Well, a friend of mine, my oldest friends, he happens to be a cop in Vegas. And which I was like, okay, so this is weird. I mean, we all know that Vegas was like, because first thing goes to your head, terrorist.
Right, and it wasn't one.
And so the very first thing I'm like, okay, what's going on here? And then I also found out, I also knew that Closer was out there doing a poker tournament, and because he does like professional poker playing, man. It's yeah, he does that, and like I think his handle or his bio on Twitter is poker player and gunfighter, and
cool.
Yeah, because he did like all the IDPA stuff and everything.
So that's the one where they you're timed, and the scenarios are like you're like in a fast food restaurant. All the plates are made of cardboard and whatever, and you're supposed to like find cover here and then go to this space and whatever. It's like real world or real scenarios that you would have to actually shoot your way out of.
Yeah, and I can't remember if he was like I think he was the number 2 fastest in his state.
Wow.
When he
got the guy who took number 2 for real cowboy action in Indiana.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's really cool. But it's just like
with those guys is a rabbit hole, man.
Oh yes, yeah. It's all that stuff, dude. It's you just got to have money to play.
A lot of math. 6 over 1 twist. This grain.
Yes.
That's
dude.
It's I can't.
Going back to like figuring out black powder loads and everything. That's just unbelievable. But anyway, so Vegas. So I know he's in Vegas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's at a casino, and I'm like, I don't know where you are. I mean, who knows where anybody is in Vegas? And then also a friend of my wife's was going out to Vegas that day. Mm-hmm. And so it's like I have 3 people I'm connected to that are in Vegas right now, and here's breaking 911. I'm like going, what is happening? So I get up out of bed, I go downstairs, I turn on let's see, we have Comcast, and we were signed up for cable before we started doing everything streaming. So I turn on the news, and there's like Fox News, they're on the strip, all this saying all this stuff. I go over to get on the computer. I said get over to. Had a laptop, but I'm sitting like at the kitchen table. I'm watching the news. I got my phone that I'm texting now or checking Twitter. I've got Broadcastify's coming up. So I was listening to the police things, and I texted the closer. I said, dude, there's like because they were calling it like a terrorist attack, I think.
Yeah.
When all this was happening,
Yeah,
I was like,
that was just open fire on a crowd.
yeah, I was
It
like, dude,
an outdoor concert.
yeah, and I was like, I took like screenshots, you know. Well, first of all, I sent him. I said, dude, there is live gunfire on the strip right now. Are you okay? And he replies back and is like, what? And I'm like,
You know, when those planes hit the building, I was at work. And
Uh-huh.
at the time, my first wife left to join the army.
oh
And
wow,
at the time, I mean, this was like the late '90s. We just got internet, so it was basically AOL, which is an AOL chat room. I heard Dennis Miller describe it as an intergalactic freak show,
yes,
which was right. And you have two kinds of people: those who realize that it's all mostly fantasy, and those
Yes.
who realize that they don't realize that, you know, and they
Yes.
whatever. Plus, I was dealing with an as yet undiagnosed, not mine, but an undiagnosed bipolar disorder. I did not know until like much later. So, you know, she left. I'm like, fine, because I've had enough.
Yeah.
She's in the army
Yes.
and she's in basic when these planes hit. And it just seemed odd to me that I would know about this before she did. You know, and I'm calling like, you know, we're under attack. And she's like, I just got called away from, I basically got away from physical training so I could find out, like, do you know what's going on? Because we had like 2 kids. And, you know, when something like that happens, you're like, all right, I guess I need to know what everybody's plans are, because this is clearly something that is going to affect the military, of which you are a part.
Oh yeah.
But so he didn't know. What was he, like, in the middle of a royal flush? And don't bug me. I've got
No, he's like he was if I remember right, and I don't know, he started talking about it the other night because like Guava was really interested in it, and he had gone out there and he had all this like camera equipment he took with him because he wanted to do a YouTube of like what it's like to play in a poker tournament.
Okay, yeah, right.
And so he had like, you know, this is my hotel room. This is what I eat here.
Watch that. Did he finish it?
The video?
Or did it just like, you know, like, all right, there's some parts I'm going to have to edit out the sound and the people screaming and running away.
Oh, he did a great job. Like he did the whole thing, did the whole editing and then showed it to me. And I didn't know that he went, and that's what he was talking about last night was the second part of it. Well, hang on. I'm going to back up a little bit. So he was like out of a poker tournament, I think, and he was on the casino floor, and nobody, you know, there's no TVs, right? Nothing's going on, and he started asking like the dealer. They had a TV back there. He said, "Hey, like, well, first he said to the dealer, said, they're saying there's like shooting going on outside." And the dealer just shrugs their shoulders or whatever, and the people around the table, no one even looks up. And so I sent him a picture of casualties. You know, like I probably like took the picture off the TV, and he's like, then he shows it to the dealer, and he says, "They're saying this is happening right now outside." And the dealer turns on CNN, and sure enough, you know, there's everything showing, you know, live while it's happening, and it was funny. I told him. Like he sent me a picture of like 2 cops walking through, and I said, well, I had just heard that they're asking people not to take pictures or video, especially like of police and all this other stuff. And that's what he was talking about last night. Like this one Karen type cop was one of the ones he took a picture of. Yeah, went up to him and it's like, what are you doing? Take a picture and all this stuff. And he's like, well, I can take a picture. You know, what am I doing?
Well, why not? I mean,
you answered Jason Black. I got you.
Yeah.
But anyway, so what happened? So all that stuff happens, and I texted my buddy, the cop, and I said, this is before I contacted Closer. I said, hey, is there really a shooting happening in Vegas? Because, you know, Closer's out there. and he's like, is he at the Route 66, whatever you say, or whatever that carnival, that show was? And I'm like, I don't know where he is, And he said, so he said, well, yes, there is a thing happening. Is he at this place? Because if he is, yeah, that's where it's happening. And I was like, oh my gosh, like this is scary as hell now for me.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, my buddy who is the cop, he's out there. He was actually in control of traffic on the Vegas Strip. Newsweek had a picture of him.
That was his normal job, or that's what he was doing while this?
That's what he's doing that night. No, it was a full blown. The behind the scenes stuff that you never got reported was that they have these interlocal agreements with the different governments and stuff, and so like Vegas is a target for terrorist activity. It's because it makes sense, right? Everybody would think if the World Trade Center was a target, then obviously anywhere in Vegas would be a target, right?
Right.
So they said they had the like Los Angeles is part of this agreement, and so they hit the button, whatever it is, and said like all points bulletin or whatever, it's all agencies respond. Right. And the Los Angeles SWAT team was on a helicopter on their way to Las Vegas.
Okay. What is so special about the LA SWAT team that well, I guess I understand what you mean. Like, who knows how big the threat is? Call everybody.
Yeah, that's what it was. This is the doomsday scenario. This is what this is what, because imagine if that one guy, if without going into the conspiracies, if that one guy caused that much havoc, imagine if there were 10 guys.
Yeah, 2 or 3. Yeah. It's what they don't know. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
And so the Vegas SWAT's going into what was the hotel they were in? Monte Carlo.
There's so many. I don't remember those details. I just know that there was a lot of conspiracy theories afterwards about how people knew this was going to happen, and they always pull these shooters out and have them mow a bunch of people down so that they can go after the Second Amendment.
Well, do you remember like the very next day? Because there's a lot of talk about the Hearing Protection Act, and that was to take suppressors, silencers, whatever you want to call them, off of the Class 3 stuff. And the very next day after that shooting in Las Vegas, Hillary Clinton tweeted that silencers should not be unregulated. Whatever it was, her tweet was all about silencers.
Yeah, I think the main reason why silencers were regulated so heavily was because the potential to be able to hide and assassinate.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the idea. But I mean, they don't do that. They're loud as hell. But here's the thing: is like, why was the next day? This guy supposedly had fully automatic weapons. They say it was bump stocks. But the ATF never fired those guns to see if any of them were automatic.
Their bump stocks are a novelty. There's no accuracy to them whatsoever. That's just so that you can like empty a clip and look cool. They don't really do anything. They'd be fun. Now there is something that's called a binary trigger.
Now those are cool. Yeah.
Like fairly new. There's always going to be something, and now they're talking about
absolutely. Well, it's physics. It's just physics.
Basically, yeah.
But when you said it was the whole are these crisis actors and all the other stuff, conspiracy theory. Yeah. That's what the one thing that got me was Hillary Clinton's tweet the next day. I was like, this had nothing to do with suppressors. This was about fully automatic fire. Like it was. And that's when I first learned about, right after that's when I learned about the crisis actors. But the thing that got me is, and this is what the closer, so he leaves, after a couple hours, he leaves the casino. Mm-hmm. He gets in his car, he goes down, he was talking about last night, he went where his hotel was, he got on the top floor of the parking garage and took video and this is a video that I've never seen anywhere else, nothing like it. And that's where he's going to he's going to release it on this is the 5th year of it. So he's going to do like a YouTube channel and release
Yeah,
it.
like an anniversary deal. Yeah.
Yeah. And what it is it shows, I think it's the Monte Carlo. I think that's where not Monte Carlo, Mandalay Bay. Mandalay Bay is where.
Oh yeah, yeah. Now that you say it, I remember it for sure.
That's where the guy was staying.
Right.
It's like it shows all the squad cars, man. Like they're all lit up, everything's going, and his voice is hard to hear because the wind is blowing so hard.
Okay.
And what got me is then later on, there is like a piece of paper next to the window that the guy broken out, and people thought it was like a suicide note or something. And it was released in those those leaked photos of the room that showed him where he had committed suicide stuff. So the official narrative is
he was suicided.
Yeah, he was suicided. That's right. The official narrative is that was a piece of paper that he was writing down windage for shoot. Half of his guns didn't have sights on them.
Yeah, you don't write down windage for fully automatic weapons.
And he was, yeah, exactly.
And windage is something that's used for like a sniper, and that's what do they call that? There's a name for that. Previous operation, something, whatever. No, so there's all acronyms all the time in the military.
Well, they said he had written down windage calculations. And then they show like when the final reports were done, they showed all of his weapons, and seriously, half of them had no optics, no rear sights,
right.
And no, I'm supposed, but yeah, no rear sights. I kid you not.
I've never shot a gun that didn't have rear sights.
Flat top.
Like a shotgun will have that little bead up in the front, but normally you have the the rear sights and then the one.
These are flat top ARs.
Still, even though like mine has I have flip ups on
flip up. Yes.
Yeah.
He didn't have flip ups. And so it's supposed to be like he did all this stuff. He did all this windage, and then when the closer, I watched that video, and it was the first time, and it was like maybe like 2 years after it happened, and I was like, oh my gosh, I never thought before how windy it was. And it's like, so now there's no picture of the windage calculations. They didn't take a shot of that. They just said that was windage. It wasn't a note or anything, a suicide note.
Whatever happened. I mean, you said that the guy committed suicide. I remember hearing stories about, like it was at hotel security or sheriff's office or somebody that got in there first.
That they got shot. The guy was like Jose, whatever, and where is he?
I don't know. I mean, this whole story just kind of went away.
It's weird, man.
I remember it being a thing for like a day or a week, but it wasn't.
Go on, just do a Google search sometime on what happened to survivors of that shooting, and it's unbelievable how many have died in like murders, one couple died in their S-Class Mercedes caught on fire in their neighborhood. And it's like, how does this happen? It's an S-Class Mercedes. It's their flagship car. And they're just driving in their neighborhood. It catches on fire. And they both die. Everything about it, man. It's the weirdest thing I've ever been. And, we keep talking about how these conspiracies a few years ago, now you're sitting here going, well, are they? Because it's like so much stuff that has changed and come true. And this is the first time in my life I ever thought that, wow, these conspiracies, maybe there's something to them. I don't know. And then the federal government came out and said that UFOs are real last year.
Yeah, so, what was even stranger about that is how many people did not care.
About UFOs?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, the government admits that they're real after all this time. And, there was so much crap going on in the world that most people were like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, yeah, we knew that. It's like old news. This
Dude,
is
I can't believe that.
lost news 5 years ago. This is stuff that we already know. It's like when like when the mainstream news finally catches up and tells us that Hunter's laptop really was a big deal. Like, welcome aboard.
Yeah.
You finally made it. And the
Uh,
government says, yeah, UFOs are real. They've been real. It's been a thing, and blah blah blah. And
well, that's what got me. Is like when they said that UFOs are real, I was like, you're saying that like whatever the official wording is about UFOs, and people aren't stockpiling weapons. Like I never thought that would happen. I figured if there were ever like a War of the Worlds type thing, I mean, everybody and their mother are going to be trying to get their hands on firearms, right?
yeah, and they call them aliens, and then there's the really good questions are: is that actually what they are? How do you explain the way that they can go 3 times the speed of sound and turn a 90-degree turn on a dime, and just defy physics? Now, I had heard a theory by a guy who I don't believe is with us anymore. It's very interesting.
Art Bell?
Chuck Missler, actually. He was a preacher, but not your televangelist type at all. I mean, he had he was in the military, communications expert. And one of the things that he said was
communications expert. I like him.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's one of the he got into the Bible because of how. Have you ever seen that scene in Contact where? Sorry, reading vehicles not made on Earth. Oh, there were stories coming out about vehicles not made on Earth. Yeah, there's a difference between being interplanetary and being interdimensional. Sorry, I hit the desk. So his theory was, he goes, well, calling them aliens is making an assumption. They could be demons. They could be interdimensional demonic creatures. So imagine if you've ever heard the difference between the third and the fourth dimension, you can extrapolate backwards by saying, so you have a creature that is 2 dimensions, height and width, and that's it.
Yeah.
Well, you exist in the 3rd dimension, so any creature or any person that you draw on the paper cannot see you because they can only see above them, below them, to the left and to the right. They can't see depth, so they can't see you unless you actually put your finger on the piece of paper, and now all they see is the circle that your fingerprint made, and it only just showed up. They didn't see it coming. It was just there. And so when you see
Dude,
go ahead.
This is way too deep, man.
But you're following it though, aren't you?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's too deep.
But now imagine an interdimensional creature that lives beyond the 3rd dimension, and it can, and so time being the 4th dimension. We're made of stuff that has no dimensions. We are made of stuff that is all frequency, according to string theory.
Gosh.
Yeah. So aircraft or alien craft A is going through the sky here, and then leaves the 4th dimension so that we don't see it. Travels devoid of the constraints of time, and comes back in the same point it left, and is now traveling this way. So what you're seeing is this, but what's actually happening is leave this time frame, make a loop, come back in at the same time that it left, and is now moving, and it looks like a 90-degree angle to us, but really it's just deceiving us.
Dude, that's way too deep.
Yeah, I know. I love that shit. So But
dude,
um,
I know you do, man. I can tell. That's what I love about you. Like, and that's what, like, last night I was saying, like, oh, after you defined a producer, I was like, well, you're the producer of this right now.
right, yeah.
You're gonna be the producer of the movie.
Yeah, right.
Crowdsourced movie. Well, listen, man.
You want to get firearms really quick and share this screen? Have you ever seen this? If you've seen it, stop me. I'll stop playing it.
It should be up, right? There you
Okay,
go.
yeah. Ready? I think we can do this, right? Because it's just no YouTube video.
I have 2 shotguns. My home. They're locked in a safe. There's a metal gun case. We live in an area that's wooded, somewhat secluded, and I can chill if there's ever a problem. Just walk out on the balcony and fire 2 blasts outside the house.
Then you have no ammo.
That's what makes it sound so stupid.
You don't need a machine gun. You don't need 30 rounds. Buy a shotgun. Buy a double-barrel shotgun.
You don't need a flamethrower. You don't need a tank. You don't need an AR-15. Scare those away. No, and I don't need a grenade launcher. I don't need an F-15. There's just one thing I need to do, and stay away from me.
Fire 2 blasts outside the house. Buy a shotgun.
Buy a shotgun.
Buy a shotgun.
Still buy a shotgun, baby.
You don't need a machine gun. You don't need 30 rounds. Buy a shotgun. Buy a double-barrel shotgun. Americans could be killed by a drone. In your bed at night. In your home. Say it isn't so. Americans could be killed by a drone. In a cafe in San Francisco. You never get notified. Your notification is the buzz of the drone as it flies. Robots in the sky. Overhead, before you go and on your bed. Bomb in your sleep. You won't get a chance to speak. Calm down, Senator. To somehow say we would kill people in cafes is simply false. Yes, sir. It is simply false. We don't want to blow up the cafe. Hey, I'm not that bad. Please don't kill me. He will not kill you. Are you gonna pop a missile on Jane Fonda? No, he will not on Jane Fonda. Americans could be killed by a drone. Calm down, sir. You realize in your bed at night. In your home. Calm down. Your home. Calm down. Your home. Calm down. Your home. Your home. Your home.
The chair now announces a 2-minute chocolate break.
Have you ever seen this?
No, this is awesome.
Chocolate is mandatory.
The National Security Agency building a 1 million square foot complex in Utah that will house phone call and email data.
This is something that's not our place to decide. The public needs to decide whether these programs and policies are right or wrong.
What the heck is going on?
It's a data collection thing.
The federal judge says, it's okay. It's okay.
They hold phone records like the NSA.
It's all BS.
Like the NSA.
Whoa! Whoa! They sit there and they have the numbers and they can play all day long.
Like the NSA.
What the heck is going on? Fire 2 blasts.
Whoa.
What the heck is going on?
Americans could be killed
By a shotgun.
by a drone.
By a flamethrower.
In your home.
Like the NSA.
Calm down, absurd.
Americans could be killed
By a left-wing website. What the heck is going on? Fire 2 blasts. What the heck is going on?
Americans could be killed
By a shotgun.
by a drone.
By a flamethrower.
In your home.
Like the NSA.
Calm down, absurd.
Americans could be killed
By a left-wing website.
Dude.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Oh my gosh, the whole
Spark,
shotgun deal. It's like, yeah, get a double barrel shotgun and you use up all your ammo,
Double
identifying where you are.
2 blasts, right. Now, clearly, they don't know what they're talking about. Oh my gosh!
Well, no, he never has.
Grimsbar is wants to know if we're still live.
I think he can't believe we're still on.
Yeah, I wouldn't actually call it live.
Well, I was gonna say, I was like, heck, man, I'm gonna have to go and get sleep myself.
Yeah,
and,
I know. I just want to throw that last thing in there.
Well, dude, man, listen, this is awesome. I've had a great time.
Yeah, me too.
I hope you have. And the main thing is this whole crowdfunding. When are you going to go do an Indiegogo? When is that going to be up? Because you just need to get it out there.
I want to get the book way more finished than it is before I even start promoting it, just because I know that I've got almost no time. I have very little time to do it. What was it? Like 8 hours of my day is already gone. It's going to pick up, because I only just told, I've retooled my website. I've got somebody else doing basic paint work so that I'm only doing, the artwork, the stuff that I showed you before. Like I was doing the primer, I was doing all the base coat, the clear coat, and the polishing it, and it took forever. So I'm letting somebody else do all that stuff. I'm trying to get away from it. I'm only doing small projects, and concentrating on the book more and more and more. But for crying out loud, you get into Clip Studio Paint where you can, like doing a traditional page where it's pencils and pen and inks, and there's a point of no return that happens a lot sooner than unlimited undos, zooming in and getting all this detail that you're never going to see when the final thing is printed. And it takes longer because it lets you obsess over something instead of, like Da Vinci said, a painting is never finished, it's only abandoned. So I'm like, I need to feel like, this is enough, move on to the next page. It's got to get done, and it's got to get out. And any improvements that are going to be made 4 years from now on the fourth book, not 4 years from now on this book.
So I think you need to go ahead and do an Indiegogo, man. I mean,
I'm going
do it live. Screw it, do it live.
Yeah, but I don't want to fall into the same like books that don't ever go out. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that person. I like being on time for stuff, even like a little early. So I'll get more. I'll probably get 3/4 of it.
Dude,
done.
you would hate me so bad. God, man, you'd hate me. Like I'm always on time because I arrive there when I'm there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I know that one. Yeah. I'm here now, and now's a great. Yeah, Da Vinci had ADHD. Okay.
That was his advice about finishing paintings.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to listen to his advice about reference material either, man. All those guys, they had like cadaver parts in their studios. No, seriously. I mean, they have an anatomy book. They had to actually dissect people to be able to draw those parchments. Smelled bad.
Oh gosh, man.
Yeah. So probably time.
Anyway,
you
well,
think?
Listen, man, I love this, and I love having you here. I loved last night. Welcome to the family.
Thank you. Well,
I'm
next
serious.
next time we do one, you come on my channel, and we'll read a comic book, and if you love it or you hate it, we'll talk about it.
Okay, so like right now, it's funny you said that. I have right here next to me, Batman 3 Jokers.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I have that too.
I heard it was good. So like, Batman is my guy. All right, and I'm not a trendy because Batman's become real popular lately. It was I don't like superheroes. I'm like what's that guy's name that's in The Boys? What's his name?
Boys.
You've seen The Boys on
Amazon, The Boys.
Right?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he wrote that. He wrote that because he did not enjoy the superhero genre. Right.
Yeah. Who's the main guy in there? Butcher. Isn't that his name?
Oh, are you talking about?
What's his real name?
About Carl Urban.
Yes.
Yeah.
So him like that, like his character, that's me. Like I absolutely love it.
Okay.
Because it's Superman, like he's infallible, and it drives me
But
nuts.
he's supposed to be.
Well, like
He's not realistic. He's supposed to be a beacon. I mean, when you think about it, and Zack Snyder did a really good job on the Man of Steel when the representation. Superman is supposed to be Jesus.
That's what he's become. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean that's how it was. He's basically, his lineage, his parentage is from out of this world, and he's sent to here to save us.
Yeah.
He's a super high moral fiber, can do no wrong. He does have his weaknesses, but that's one of the reasons. Carl Urban is a New Zealander. Also, he was in that piece of shit, Chronicles of Riddick. Anyways, so but that's what he's basically supposed to represent, everything that's good about us. So he has his place. He's not realistic, but he does have to deal with being fully God and fully man. And that's one of the things about reading a Superman comic is when he is struggling with his humanity, knowing that he can, do all these, wonderful things, and it's but that's what the allegory is.
Well, what's funny is as you say this, it reminds me of in the Avengers, and which also like besides Batman, I was a Captain America fan. The Punisher was my guy.
And my brother loved him some Punisher, man, especially the Will Portatio stuff. Especially.
Dude, it was so great.
Joker is based on the Laughing Jesus. Oh, the picture? I know that one. Keep talking.
I've heard that before.
It's an image, yeah.
Anyway, no. So no, it's in the movie Avengers. They have Loki, and they're in that whatever the shield plane is, and here comes Thor, and he takes Loki, and was it Black Widow says, "I'd sit this one out, Captain. They're Asgardians. They're basically gods." And he turns around and says, "There's only one God, ma'am. I'm pretty sure he doesn't dress like that."
Yeah.
I love that line, man. I absolutely love that. And when you're talking about Superman there, that's all I could think about. But, I love those guys that and I'm trying to get back into, because I got out of comics. The comic that changed me is The Dark Knight Rises. Like, there was nothing else. It gave me the, like, I thought.
The second Christopher Nolan movie. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's based on
the third one. There's
that's Batman Rises or whatever. I don't know.
And The Dark Knight Rises. That's the one that was filmed here in Pittsburgh.
Well, oh yeah, it was. It was. No, but it was Frank Miller, The Dark Knight.
The Return of the Dark. Yeah, The Dark Knight.
I said Rises because of the movie. Yeah, The Return of the Dark Knight. That's the one.
I thought that in 1989. I honestly don't care for that movie. It's okay. Okay, but
Batman.
Yeah, I mean, it just okay. It's filmed by Tim Burton. That's a nice twist, but stop making it so Tim Burton that it's not, again, realistic. It looks like Beetlejuice. So does the second one. Everybody's always got black and white stripes. They always look like they just are like turning into a zombie or something like Tim Burton. There's too much Tim Burton all over that movie.
See, I like Tim Burton.
Well, that's okay. I mean, for some stuff, it works. But look what happened when they tried to do Planet of the Apes. It's like when David Lynch tried to do Dune. He was way outside of his comfort zone.
Yeah.
And he can't direct outside of that. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what Grimart was saying. Or Grimm's Bar. The Dark Knight Returns, great book. He's an older Batman. That's the thing that pulled that title out of the gutter. Why?
In
1989, you could have had Clint Eastwood play that part. and it would have been a much better movie.
You know what's funny is I always thought that Bruce Willis would have been good Batman.
Yeah, but it had to be taller than Vicky Vale. You know, you're not gonna. Why are you?
Oh
putting,
no, the '89 Batman. No, I'm talking about the Dark Knight, whatever the comic book. If they made that into a movie, I thought that Bruce Willis would have played a good older Bruce Wayne that comes out of retirement, does the whole thing, because he's kind of that way, like in Die Hard, for instance. He gets beat up all the time. He's trying real hard. And it's just, I don't know. It just his smirk, which I don't know. You see old Bruce Wayne in retirement come back into being Batman. He kind of reminds me. Bruce Willis, I thought, could have played that part really well.
He could have, yeah.
But yeah, that comic book.
That's actually something I've been trying to do on my channel. Whenever I get a stream, and the next time we do this, let's play Casting Couch. And I know
that'd be awesome.
Bad. I know that sounds bad, but it was I tried doing it with my writer Julius, and basically what it is you take a comic book movie or any comic book, and like in a given decade, my sister and I played this once a long time ago, and she goes, if the X-Men movie was going to be made now, and it was like the 1980s, who would you pick to play fill in the blank? Yeah. And she thought Iman would be great for Storm, if you remember who that was.
No.
Robert Blake, I always thought would have made a great Wolverine because he was short and stocky, but he had that, you'd have to look these people up. Like Dolph Lundgren would have been a Colossus.
Oh yeah, Dolph Lundgren, I love him.
Right.
Okay. This reminds me of something you said. I think you said this last night. Was that the guy who played Jack Reacher?
Yeah,
would be a good Captain America.
Yeah, right. I thought so.
So I told it to my wife.
Mostly because the character that he was playing was one of those upright, righteous, follow the law, be courteous, and he was a Boy Scout.
So I told that to my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And she disagrees, and it was funny because it was one of the first times like she went into like an in-depth like we're having type conversation about casting somebody, and she said Chris Evans is Captain America, and
he is, yeah.
But I said, well, recast him though, and I was like, he's the size of what Captain America would be, and everything else. And she said, yeah, but like Chris Evans, they're both ruggedly handsome. And I said, well, so you like them both. It reminds you of myself.
One more than the other, and Chris Evans is also the Human Torch.
Yeah, I know. I actually liked those the Fantastic Four movies with him in it.
I didn't mind them myself. I like the first one better, but
Well, I mean, see, I'm not a Silver Surfer fan. I don't know how they did that. I don't know what got people upset or whatnot. I just thought it was a good movie. I really enjoyed it.
It was about the Silver Surfer. I just think that whole like swapping powers thing was like low hanging fruit plot wise.
Oh yeah. Well, anyway, so my wife said, okay, they're both regularly handsome. She goes, but Chris Evans is Captain America. Like his regularly handsomeness is a little bit better, she said, because he has a city look to him. Whereas the Jack Reacher guy, she said he's more of like a country look to him. She goes, he looks more comfortable in like overalls. And I was like, that's the weirdest thing. And it was because she took it from a chick perspective, how she looks at him as these guys. And I was like, well, I see what you're saying about with Chris Evans because Captain America is from the Bronx.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's an interesting take. And I actually told her, I was like, I'm going to have to tell ID Crisis that tonight.
Yeah, I mean, she's right. Although if you're going to go there, then why not go the extra step and get Chris Evans to have a Brooklyn accent?
Well, because nobody would watch the movies.
Well, I don't know. They would all sound. Imagine Captain America that sounds like Cecil. Yeah, hello,
right? Yeah, right. I mean, they don't have any. We always hate whenever they do a Southern accent because it's like fingernails across a chalkboard
Sam
for someone
Guthrie,
in the South.
for sure.
Do what?
Sam Guthrie would have a Southern accent. I don't know. Does
Who's-
Nebraska have a Southern accent? Do people? I mean, have you ever been in Nebraska? Do they sound anything like you?
No, dude. Nobody. No, man. Anything.
Well, what do
Supposedly
you consider
Maryland's
the
below.
South?
Do what?
What do you consider the South? It's the country. It's just flat.
I mean, to me, I consider it the old Confederacy.
Okay.
Because I mean, there is a cultural connection.
So it's the South, but it's the South before the land rush.
Yeah. Oh
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not too happy with what's happening with like Nashville and stuff like that. And, Georgia has become Hollywood.
Mostly Atlanta, sure.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, we've tried to get a lot of film work done up here too. I mean, that's one of the reasons why, Batman was filmed here.
yeah.
And a bunch of stuff has been. There's a really good jailbreak movie, The Next 3 Days. Liam Neeson. That was, or no, Russell Crowe was in that. That was good. But anyways, man, we should probably save some of this stuff for the next one.
I hate to say, I'm over here reading the chat. I'm like, man, we're gonna have to get Jason Black in here. We're gonna have to get Grimm's Bar in here, and the four of us, we need to have like that. What you're saying, like that casting, almost like casting couch. Oh my gosh!
I'll say casting director.
Do you realize what I just did? I was gonna say the four of us need to have casting couch. I mean, my gosh!
Right,
Dude,
right.
what's wrong with me?
Who's going to be Harvey? But yeah, just to say, like, well, if you were going to cast it again, put some of your favorites in there, or
could you do a Dirty Harry today?
Something to talk about, huh?
Could you do a Dirty Harry today?
Could I do one? What do you
Like,
mean?
could that movie be made?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, is there anything that's being made like? Well, you know what? I just started watching this thing on Hulu from Australia. In fact, Jason Black may know this one. Mr. In Between. I just got back on Facebook and I was looking at some reels, and it was one of those, a father will do anything to protect his daughter. And then I'm looking in the comments about what this show was, and it was an FX production from Australia, and it looked really good. And everything that I've seen on FX, like Justified, I really like.
Oh, I love Justified, dude. Now I know you and I are best friends.
I've watched that whole thing like 6 times. Have you ever seen The Wire?
Seen the what?
The Wire.
Oh my gosh, dude!
I love The Wire, dude.
Oh
I've seen
my!
that a few times too. You probably recognize this.
Mimi sizungumzi Kiingereza mimi sijui. English motherfucker.
What is that from?
That was from season 2. That was oh shit, who's the guy that always messes? He makes the dollhouse furniture. Freeman.
Oh yeah, the guy that's in the
Freeman trying to talk to a guy from Africa on a boat that they had stuck in. You remember when all those girls were found in the container, season 2? Yeah, he's talking, and there was just this whole montage of these guys trying to talk, trying to talk to these guys on this boat that don't know how to speak English.
So The Wire, like for anybody who hasn't seen The Wire, you need to
You need to see The Wire, man.
You do. But
better than
just
Sopranos.
Well, here's the thing. Just check out, do a YouTube, go to YouTube, check out The Wire first scene.
Oh, with Snot Boogie.
Yeah, Who Shot Snot?
Yeah, Who Shot Snot? Right. Yeah.
And that whole scene right there sets up everything about the whole series.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I thought it was great how it was the first time that I'd ever seen both sides, the good guys and the bad guys, played out equally well, and very much like Heat.
Yes.
Michael. Why the fuck can I? It's gotten to get it late. I know
Michael Bay did Heat, right?
Michael Mann's Heat.
Oh, yeah, Michael Mann, yes.
I always wanted to see a version where everybody that was on the cast of the cops and everybody that was on the cast of the criminals swapped. And I would watch that whole movie over again. Because that's basically what it was. You know, they're all regular people. They're all professionals. The only difference between them is these people believe in the law. These people don't give a shit about the law. But they both have their own sense of, personal morals. I think that would have been cool. See, Al Pacino as the crook and Robert De Niro as the cop. Danny Trejo is one of the criminals, or as one of the cops. Just take both groups and switch them. I thought that would have been awesome. But
dude, that's deep thinking, man. That's like alternate history right there.
Well, once you realize that's the point of the movie, it's like when you see a movie like Sideways. If you've ever seen that was Thomas Hayden Church.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Paul Giamatti.
Yes.
Right. That is a character study of two people that are actually one person. And it's the same with the girls that they run into. Is it Sandra Oh and Virginia Madsen?
Yeah.
What you're basically looking at are two opposing sides, like that Rush album Hemispheres. You've got the left and the right. You've got the logical and the emotional side of one person, and the emotional and the logical side of the other person. And it's basically all you're seeing. You're not seeing two people. You're seeing two halves of one person. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah. Again, man.
Yeah, because they don't belong together. The one guy is shy, reserved, always thinking, blah blah blah. He's emotionally tortured, and the other guy is a, wild, free flowing spirit. Doesn't care, wants to screw anything with two legs. Those two guys don't belong together. They're just, like Romeo, Mercutio, and Benvolio. Romeo is the middle. Mercutio is his wild side. Benvolio is his logical side. Same thing with Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. Kirk is in the middle. Doctor represents his emotional side. Spock represents his logical side.
Oh, dude, that's awesome, man.
Steel Magnolias is a representation of every emotional state every woman has ever been in. They're all
Steel Magnolias is a great movie.
Yeah, I know. My wife loves it. I just don't.
Mine too.
It when you deconstruct it that way, because then she doesn't watch it the same way, like ever again. Like every woman that you've ever met has always had some sort of an emotional connection to each one of those women. They've always been some bitch. They've always been something weak and frail. They've always been, pain is beautiful, and you know what I mean. They've all been each one of those characters. That's why they're so relatable, because they represent every weird thing that's going on inside.
My wife's favorite actress is Sally Fields.
Yeah.
And the reason why is she says nobody can have a breakdown like Sally Fields can.
Not in that movie, no.
She just does it. She just nails it.
Yeah, it's like in the opposite, the way she reacts after they make that big jump in the Trans Am.
Yes.
The bandit. I want to jump something.
Yes.
Me. Who is Josh Holloway? I got to find out. Josh Holloway. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. That is, he would make a good Gambit. Where did I see him before? What have I seen him in? He was
in Lost.
He was in Lost. He was also
he was Sawyer.
No, he was also in Yellowstone.
Never seen it.
Really? Oh man. Yeah, you haven't seen Yellowstone. You're also going to want to watch Wind River and anything else that Shane. What the hell's his name? He's a really good creator, but yeah, you would really like it. Why can't I need to know this. Now I'm just looking at parks now. I'm probably getting too tired to continue on with this, but
Dude, I understand, man. I'm the same way, and it just this is what's so funny, man. You get these doing these streams, and you're just like,
Oh,
man, I
Taylor
gotta
Sheridan.
go.
Yeah. Anything that Taylor Sheridan has done is gold, absolute gold. No, there's I mean, there's so much good stuff out there, man. Scott Cooper and his movies. Yeah, we should probably just. So yeah, Jason Black says, I wonder if we never got a strong Gambit in the movies because they had the same idea and couldn't get him.
You know why? And again, I know that it feels like I'm on a soapbox about this, but I always thought that Gambit was that somebody somewhere made the decision that a New Orleans poker player type guy wouldn't sell. They're like, oh no, I mean, what type of accent are you gonna have?
Yeah,
You know,
I mean, I like the idea. Like he's all.
I think Hollywood doesn't understand it as much as we do as fans.
I would honestly have to get into the character more to have an appreciation for whether or not somebody would act him better than another. I mean, the guy, Josh Holloway, that Jason's bringing up, looks perfect, but he actually has a lot of the same facial characters as who actually played him in that Wolverine movie. Who was that? He was in that Battleship thing.
Oh, I don't know.
Shit.
I didn't see Battleship.
Well, somebody out there knows who he is. I should just keep IMDb up like all the time. 'Cause, I mean, I'm always on the app when I'm watching movies. Like I will pause something and
Dude, that's how I am, man.
Yeah.
Like, and I know I drive my wife crazy because I'm always sitting there talking about, like, you know, I really like this shot. I love the cinematography of something. I'm trying to think what's up.
Yeah, I mean, who did the special effects? If the music is really good,
Yeah.
But you're always going to see. Why is this? You're always going to see like certain actors and crews. They always work together. That's why if you're going to be watching a Tim Burton film, Danny Elfman's going to be doing the music.
Yes.
And it's always gonna have that flavor. It's not going to.
You're always gonna be able to recognize
it's not
it.
going to change. Yeah, it's going to look and sound like the last movie that he did. Where is it? Taylor Kitsch. Yeah. Why didn't I just look back in the chat? Didn't he actually?
I'm telling you, man. Like Jason Black, he's now part of the family. He's got to stick around. He can't be.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to change his clocks and get off New Zealand time.
Yeah. Keep referring to it as family. Avoid cult at all costs. That'll make people suspicious.
That's because I said I wanted to be a cult leader.
Yeah, I hear it's not that hard to do.
Dude, I can't figure it out. I mean, it's like you see someone like David Koresh, and you're like, how did that guy? Why did anybody ever follow him?
Assignment for next stream. Find all the YouTube videos you can on how to be a cult leader.
Oh, I've never looked
for
that.
They have them out there. there's a YouTube video for everything. Why not that? No,
Yes.
all you have to do is make promises and sound like you know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So it's like dating.
Yes, like Ryan Long had a stand-up bit about that. He goes, "Oh yeah, it's not hard to trap a girl. You just gotta get her away from her friends and family over the course of 6 months. I mean, and as opposed to just getting pregnant. That's how a girl traps you. How does a guy trap you? I don't know. You got to be really charming." You got, and make a decent amount of money. You got to actually be a good guy and, lure her away from the people that she loves. So, but anyways.
When you're good, end of the world prophecy, says Jason. That reminds me. So I think everybody has been a Arnold Schwarzenegger fan. And until
one time or another, not lately, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. True Lies is one of the greatest movies made, I think.
James Cameron does it again, yeah.
Yeah, and you can't find that movie, right?
You can't?
Yeah, like you try to buy it on Blu-ray or something. And there's a lot of conspiracies about why you can't do it. Now, I mean,
Okay.
watch today. You're going to be able to find it right away. But it's like,
No, I don't know. I mean, it's keep going.
well, suppose I don't know what the there's still a lot of conspiracies on. I forget what her name is. She said she was molested on set.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the girl that played his daughter, him and Jamie Lee Curtis's daughter.
What's that? Juno's director Tasker. So it would have been Dana Tasker, Eliza Dunshoe,
Yeah.
Eliza Dushku. They say she was.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, don't quote me on any of this stuff because it was a long time ago, and of course it's late. Let's see here. Let me just True Lies. I don't know how to spell Blu-ray.
Well, it's not on Real Good, so it's not.
So okay, so I type in True Lies Blu-ray. Here it is as an import from Spain.
With what subtitles?
I guess so. You have like this is on yeah, I mean this is on Amazon. So you got Spain, then you have something that has no image available. Then you have Prime Video currently unavailable, and then it goes into Demolition Man, and then Broken Arrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you like this, you might also like.
Yeah, but yeah, True Lies is not available to buy.
Okay.
Is that not crazy? James Cameron.
Yeah, I know this chick. Yeah. Yeah, Eliza Dushku. Yeah, she's pretty. I remember her.
I love Sully. I know a little about a lot.
I just want to make sure, because with what you're saying is, yeah, okay. So she was molested on set somehow or whatever, but she's also in this thing. Is she in this thing or not? They referenced a documentary about Mapplethorpe. So I don't know how you can, I don't know how you can be in one and not be in the other, or you know what I mean? Like if molesting really isn't your thing, then how are you in a movie about Mapplethorpe? Mapplethorpe. He was a famous photographer. One of his most notable images was a naked butt with a bullwhip shoved up the guy's thing.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I don't see her in here though, so maybe I'm wrong. Now, anyways, Real Good doesn't know what they're talking about, and I can't figure it out. I'm getting loopy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. We gotta end this, but yeah, it's just see, we keep coming up with stuff because like now we found out that we're friends and didn't know it.
No, yeah. Brothers from another mother.
Yeah, 2A Tools.
Right.
But yeah. So anyway,
thanks.
Here,
dreams.
I looked up. What is this? What was my search term? Can't buy True Lies, and like the fourth thing down is True Lies is unstreamable.
Yeah,
it talks about like how you can't find it anywhere. It's weird.
Yeah, it might be worth looking into for the next one. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I'm gonna have to make notes. I tried being more organized for doing streams and stuff, but I mean, seriously, what have we got? Like 4 hours and 18 minutes worth of content here, and all we did
talk about crap.
Yeah.
We talked about your comic and then crap. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. First of all, we talked about your comic, right. Which is gonna be. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, man. When you get stickers out, I've got to get one. So we got Shane McCabe.
I wanted to see talk to Thomas Patrick or Patrick Thomas Parnell about toys, because if cars are an essential part of this story, how hard is it to make Hot Wheels of the van, of the 72 Deuce, of the Dart, of the the Rat Rod and all that?
Well, dude,
I also had this other idea I think it'd be a lot simpler, but it would be more funny, I guess. But do you remember those like little? They're like this big like little wind up toys that would like walk.
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
see one big helmet with that smiley face on it, with these two little arms sticking out, with the little meat hooks dangling from it, and he have him just like something that you could wind up and watch it walk
That's
across
awesome.
your desk.
Dude, like you started saying all that, all I could think of was a bobblehead. Like
Yeah, right.
That great big helmet, man.
Out of proportion like that, out of proportion like that. But I liked it that they, you could like a little Robbie the robot.
Sweet dreams, Sully.
Yeah, it's gonna be me too. I gotta get
Yeah, we all gotta go. Well, listen, guys, happy Easter. Go over and subscribe to ID Crisis, man. His stuff it really is. I mean, you saw his artwork tonight. Everybody comment about it in the chat.
Very kind, very
dude,
kind.
you're gifted, man. You truly are gifted.
Thanks.
And it's nice to talk to an artist. I've never talked to one. And
well, I thought it was going to be cool to talk to a lawyer until you told me you couldn't give me any advice, and I was like, wow.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it sucks, man.
A rip off.
It is. It always is, man. It's nonstop rip off. Yeah, law sucks, dude. Why are you doing something that you need?
Oh, no, I mean, well, actually, I was gonna. I have a prepaid legal account.
That's smart. If it's good, it's smart.
I don't even know if I'm ever going to use it. It's usually for things like look over this lease agreement, blah blah blah. But if you need something severe, like a patent lawyer, you get a discount on hours. But I have a cousin that works in. He works for the government in patents and trademarks.
Oh wow!
Talking to him is pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, I can imagine because that stuff is. Like it is. It's patent lawyers. They have to graduate from engineering school.
What did I say? Patents and trademarks.
Yeah.
I meant not trademark. I want to say copyright and trademark. Patents is almost its own thing. This has more to do with like corporate IDs and
like Disney and all that stuff.
Yeah, like you can have a Nike sneak. You can't have two Nike sneakers, but you can have a Nike sneaker and a Nike beer. Two separate companies, as long as they're not competing in the same thing. But you never realize like how, man, he stays pretty busy.
Oh yeah. That stuff. I mean, here's the thing: is like when internet came about, all of a sudden it's like, let's say, what's the band Blue Oyster Cult?
Yeah.
Okay, so somewhere in like Podunk, Florida Bay, there was a bar called the Blue Oyster Cult, and it was an oyster bar.
Yeah.
And so now all of a sudden, because of the internet, the band found out about it. And I'm not saying this happened, but it was like there's all these examples that the internet,
right?
Everybody started suing everybody. It was like, oh wait a second, you got my name, you can't do that, and it was a mess.
Well, it's two totally different industries. I used to hear horror stories. I used to airbrush T-shirts a lot. Like back in the 90s, I was at Cedar Point and then like every mall in the area around here. And there aren't that many of us. So, if you know 5 of them, you know everybody that's in the area. But the same is like an urban legend. Nobody ever painted or displayed any Disney stuff, even though a copyright works like this. Like if this is somebody's copyrighted material here, I can't just take it and screen print it and do whatever, because it's somebody else's work. But if I'm making it by hand, in other words, not mass producing it, I can do this image, I can airbrush it on a shirt. Because I'm doing the one-off, and I'm doing the work over again, then I'm good to go. But the urban legend was if you ever had any Disney stuff on display or that you were painting any Disney stuff, that there was always going to be some guy in sunglasses and a trench coat ready to swoop into your airbrush stand and take all your
flash
stuff.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought flash you.
Flash you, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what. Yeah, Disney is, and Disney's done a great job of it. But I mean, their whole thing is Mickey
brand.
Mouse.
Wait until wait until
Steamboat Willie.
They're saying like in 2022 when the Congress switches over, and Disney wants to preserve their copyright on Mickey Mouse, and the Congress doesn't let them do it, and it goes into the public domain.
Well, see, that's the thing is that the Mickey Mouse, what they've started doing is they change Mickey Mouse every so many years. They change a little something about him. So, like, Steamboat Willie looks nothing like today's Mickey Mouse.
Yeah. Listen to some of the stuff that Ethan Van Sciver has to say about DC.
Superman.
So, switching up characters and stuff so that they don't have to pay royalties to the families or
yeah, that's what he said. A large part about making like Superman gay or whatever it was.
Well, yeah, it's Jonathan Kent, not
Clark Kent, and so now it's the family's gonna take DC to court again. They always do.
Yeah, they should. I hope they win.
Well, yeah, because it's like I don't know.
It is. I don't want anybody. I don't want somebody besides my family having my stuff. You know.
Well, see, like now you work for a company, and you create a product. The company gets they own it. But, I mean, that's not how it was when they did it, and that's our entire country is based on. The reason why America is. There's an opinion here.
Capitalism. You get to keep your ideas. You get to make.
That's exactly. And the reason why America thrives is the best economy in the world is because we have a contract system. And we have a legal system that's actually. I mean, yeah. Are there problems with it? Yes. Is it perfect? No. Is it better than everybody else out there? Yeah, it really is.
As long as it's moral. As long as you have people who believe in the rule of law, and that law, the concept of law, is something that is God given and should be respected. I mean, where were there laws before there was a lawgiver? We didn't come up with this stuff. The law of nature just dictates that you tear each other apart.
And that's I'm a huge fan of common law. Because common law has been hammered out over centuries. Statutory law is whatever's popular at the moment. And even though like a lot of like your criminal stuff and everything is common law that's been put into statute, there's still, I mean, they jerk around with that stuff every once in a while. Like, especially like property law is one of them. Because like property is like, I mean, it's 600 years old of common law. And it's very difficult. It's very hard to study. And the people that are good at it are phenomenal. They are phenomenal. I mean, you just can't, the law, you have to specialize in everything you do. And me, I was a government. It was my gig. And I loved it.
Constitutional law or
county government.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
state of Tennessee, just knew all the stuff, the zoning regulations, all that stuff. It's amazing. I thought in law school I wanted to be an environmental attorney.
So if you were to run for office, you'd make a good like a county supervisor or something like that.
No, if I was going to run for office, I'd be a good whatever happened to me person. Now, I am definitely behind the scenes. I get my mouth gets me in trouble. This is more out front than I ever thought I would be. And which is funny because everybody who talks to me, they're like, "Dude, you're always like this." I'm like, "Yeah, well, whatever." I
mean, if it's not the real you, it's not going to work.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, a guy on Twitter you got to check out is he's a Tennessee congressman, and he does his own Twitter, and it's Tim Burchett. That guy he wears a Carhartt jacket to Congress. Man, it's just he does the funniest stuff. Like the first time, like his first vote in Congress, he said they want to give $20 million to study salmon. He said. He said, "I can go to Red Lobster and study salmon for $11.99."
Yeah. So Rep Tim Burchett.
No, that's the congressional one. It's just at Tim Burchett. That's his regular one. He was mayor of Knoxville, and yeah, the Rep Tim Burchett is. I think that one's done by The Office.
All right, Mary D. Kelly, father Isabel, blah blah blah. Okay.
Yes, cool. Yes, yeah. He's just, you see his stuff, man. It's hilarious, and he puts up stuff like he did a tweet. Who wants to live in a world where Waka Flocka thinks the rap industry isn't, I forget what he said, legit or something like that. And you start seeing the comments, man. And people are like, "Why are you saying this? Why are you doing it?" I'm always on there.
I don't know if I want to live in a world where Waka Flocka can't trust folks in the rap industry.
Is that not the funniest thing? I mean, because then he links to an article and people just go nuts. It's like, why do you put this up there?
Coach K, an alleged conspiracy to stop his. It ran out. I mean, I have to actually go to the phone.
Oh yeah, like I'm always commenting on his stuff.
From working with Gucci Mane, and I don't know. I don't really follow. I know what he's talking about, though. It's like this is all very tertiary stuff that we don't need to worry about. So here, I'll tweet about it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's hilarious. But anyway, like I was like one of his first 100 followers, and that's what I'm pounding away because you have like 4 or 5 people on there that just are, they're just the extreme. You know, it's whatever it is. It's that canned soup response to stuff, and I don't know. It's just it's just Twitter.
Will Smith banned from the Oscars Academy event for 10 years. An Academy events for 10 years. And he goes, I bet he's glad he doesn't have to go to their crappy awards show.
Yes.
Yeah. And he's pretty good troll. That's pretty good.
It's all he does is troll on there now. I mean, it used to be when he was mayor, he was famous for the selfie. Like he'd be like, hey, you know, this is when he'd go to a school, he'd take a selfie with kids.
He took a picture of a banana.
Yeah. Did you see that?
Yeah. If you lost a banana on Main Street, here it is. Yeah, I followed him.
Who does that? I mean, that's what's so great about it.
Demonstrating absurdity by being absurd, as the great Rush Limbaugh had once said.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, you're right. Gosh, I'll miss Rush. Well, listen, buddy, you have a happy Easter. Good night. Thank you for coming over here. Sure. This has really been an honor.
I'll keep it and make sure you can get over on my channel, and we'll do something with well, I don't know. We'll play some kind of weird game.
That's awesome. Well, listen, man, as always, give love to your family and everybody out there. Thanks for listening. Please subscribe. God, I don't know what else. What's a good citation? I always say Godspeed, so we're just gonna leave it with that. All right.
Yeah, I unplugged my iPad, or I'd hit a cart, but I don't have
all right. Good night, y'all.
Appreciate it. Take it easy, everybody. Sleep tight.
All right. See ya.